money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz, the Crypto Goat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and we're about to get going here pretty soon. I'll tell you though, viewership has been way down. Way down! What's going on? I'm in profits. Looking good, baby. Looking good. We're in profits, baby. Hi, Joe. How you doing? I'm feeling pretty bullish. At least for today. At least for today, I'm feeling bullish. We could see a pullback tomorrow. But I think overall, yeah, I'm bullish now. I think we finally, at least for the rest of the month, feeling bullish. I always got the money face going when we're making money. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing? Everybody smash the like button. Tap, tap, taps. Double tapping. Let's see here. Is it buy time? I mean, we'll probably get a pullback, but yeah, I think it's pretty much buy time, at least till the end of the month. I wouldn't say it's buy time right now, but I have a feeling things are looking pretty bullish for the next couple weeks. Marco, thank you for the heart me. I have the white light on because we don't have confirmation of alt season yet. That's really what we're waiting for, right? Of course, I believe that we're gonna get ups and downs until then, but if you're talking about God candles, we're talking about alt season, right? So I think there's a potential that it may be buy time, or, you know, buy some now and maybe buy some next month. Up like 17%. I know, right? SXT did phenomenal. I'm super excited on the performance that SXT has been doing. Not gonna lie, I bought more. I bought more SXT. I bought more. I'm in a bullish buying mood, and not just because it's going up. This is confirmation that things are turning around, right? Because the news is bad. Okay, the charts were not looking great, and yet we're still going. So that's a good thing. What's up, Crypto Slayer? Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, buddy. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty bullish, man. I'm feeling really bullish, actually. Is it confirmation of alt season yet? No, but I'd rather be in it early. So I figured I'd get in a little bit now, and then next month a little bit more, and just kind of start accumulating again, you know? Start accumulating again. It's nice to be back in the market. It's nice to be watching the charts again, because it was unpredictable for a while there. I couldn't even see it anymore, right? I felt like I was losing my edge, and then today happened. I was like, finally, we're turning around. Something's gonna be different. I sold today. Green days like this, I sell. Yeah, that's what I do too. Okay. However, I've been sidelined for a while. So I'm waiting for a little pullback, and then I'll be buying more. But I did buy some SXT late last night. I'm holding on to it. I'm trying to accumulate for alt season, you know, because I'm completely out of the market. So I'm not really day trading so much. I do have, you know, like the moon bags in there, and I'm taking profits from that to pay the staff. But I'm out of the market. I've been out of the market for months, really. So I'm looking for confirmation that we've pretty much hit the bottom, that tariffs and war are no longer affecting the markets, and I think that's where we're at. Because I mean, it's been nothing but bad news, and we're still going up. That's what I've been looking for. I've been waiting for people to be desensitized. You know, so I think we're reaching that point. Either that or it's the bull trap. But I think we're just reaching desensitization. It doesn't hit like it used to. You know what I mean? It was new and fresh in January. Oh, the tariffs and everything. Oh, what was me, right? And then now it's like business as usual. Nothing's really changed because of it, and no one really cares. They're like, you know what? I'm tired of the tariff nonsense ruining my chances in this. I just wanted to pump, and people are just sick of it. They wanted to pump. And I think that's where we're at. I think even big whales are kind of with that. They're just like sick of the tariff thing. It's time to make some money, you know? $1.50 XRP never came. I mean, $1.60 did. $1.60 did. And I'll tell you this right now. After the cycle, you'll see $1. You'll see under $1.50. I believe my price prediction for XRP was 163, and that's where it hit, and then it turned up from there. Now, I did say that there was a potential for it to come back further, but I said about like 180, we hit 190. Okay, so I was about 10 cents off. I was a little bit more bearish, but it is what it is. You know, you can't catch every prediction to the cent like that crazy move to 163. Francesca, how you doing? By the way, Jesse's not in today. She's taking a little bit of time off. And I'm going on vacation with Big Baller. We're going to Pachanga. And I want to thank Big Baller for taking me on a vacation, all expenses paid. That's awesome. Appreciate that, man. Francesca, thank you for the heart me and the donut. How long will Jessie be gone? I think she'll be back next week. She just needs some time. I'm great. Oh, but hope she enjoyed her time off. Yeah, I hope she's enjoying it too. She's just dealing with some things right now, and we need to be sensitive to that. But she will be back. Okay, I promise she will be back. She'll be back tomorrow. Okay, she promised me she'll be in for when we have the special guest shows. But she's kind of she got some things to deal with. You know, everyone has their personal things they got to deal with. And let's be sensitive to that. I'm trying to be less of a tyrant of a boss. I'm trying to be the cool guy and be like, you know what, take as much time as you need and be cool with it. And also, like, it's money saved when I don't have to spend it, you know, so. But we do need Jessie here, okay? We do need Jessie. So she will be here. I'm hoping next week it'll be every day. She'll be back and back to it as normal, and she'll be starting her new show as well. So just give it some time. She's got to get her affairs in order because she's going to be doing a live show now herself, and we're going to be doing live 7 days a week, basically. Obviously not counting you know, the Sunday is the TA class, but we're just bear with us. Okay, she's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Francesca, thank you for the donut. MVP, thank you for the heart me. So we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. Markets. Let's put on my favorite song. This one's my favorite. Can you guess which one? All right. Let's not get too excited though. We're probably going to see a pullback. But I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close to alt season. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You know, I was thinking hindsight's 2020. Remember Chelsea came on the charts the other night, and late at night, Bullish Babe gets on and she's like, hey, I'm seeing this. And, you know, we're counting on the moon cycle, right? We're counting on the moon cycle. And so I know we're going to be bullish till then. But I noticed she came in and she was like showing me what she's seeing, like the cup and handle and stuff on XRP. And I'm like, okay, like I see that. And that's why everyone's like got these big projected numbers, right? Okay, I get that. But until like I have that confirmation of alt season, we're day trading, right? We're day trading. So I'm not so much focused on what's going to happen over the next 3 months, I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen over the next several days, so that way we can trade and grow our bags. And then when it's time, boom, to the moon with a big old bag. What's the confirmation of alt season? That's a great question. Right here. And I'll tell you, we're getting close. You can go to alt season index on Google, and it's at CoinMarketCap. All right. And look at, we just crossed over this line. That's what I've been waiting to see. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see it really good. Okay. When you're zoomed in, you can't see it as well. But when you zoom out, we've crossed over this point right here, right where the cursor's at. Just crossed over. So that is a good indication that we're moving towards the middle. Let me tell you, once it gets to the middle right here, it's going to go bam and just slam into this side and everything's going to take off. So I just wanted to see Bitcoin lose a bit of dominance, see more upward movement, see Bitcoin reaching that top. And that's where I'm kind of seeing it. And, you know, I may need to buy a little bit more later, so I'm spreading it out, you know, I want to spread it out a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at all the gifts coming in here. Revolution. Oh, wow. MVP, thank you for the heart me and the hat and mustache. Revolution, thank you for the heart me. The 19 popular votes. Francesca with the 25 popular votes, and MVP with 5 popular votes. Thank you guys so much. Let's set up a live goal here. Hopefully you made some money today. If you made some money today, send a galaxy. Let's do galaxies. If you made some money today, send a galaxy, right? Hopefully you made some money. Look at Syrup. Top 100 coin performance over the last 90 days. Syrup just did crazy. Pengu as well. I had a little bit of Pengu. I made a little bit off of this one. And you know what I'm excited for? You know what I'm really excited for? After alt season, I know I'm not a meme buyer, But after alt season comes meme coin season. And that's when Pepe, Syrup, Pengu, um, Doge, those ones. Ooh, they're gonna do. You're talking about big X's, baby. Big X's. TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you. Thoughts on Dej? I mean, I think it's just the next meme thing. That's what I think. Look at you, MVP, all into the crypto now. I think Dej is a meme coin. I don't know about any utility on that. Let's look at Dej utility. Is it the alt index? What do you mean? I gotta catch up to you guys. You guys are flying with the chat here. DEGE. Crypto coin. Utility. Based on the search results, it appears there might be some confusion about the specific crypto coin inquired. There are two projects, the DEGE ticker and the Dej coin, DEGEN. However, based on the context, and this is not good. So if there's a discrepancy of which one's which, it could lower the amount of, because people will buy the wrong thing. So it is a DEGE is a zero utility meme coin. It explicitly states that it has no roadmap, no dApps, no staking mechanics. Its purpose is to go viral rather than to provide any specific utility or real world value. So MVP, there's your answer. It really has no value. It has value because we say it has value. That's pretty much it. It's a meme. Not too much to work with there. So keep that in mind. Trade at your own risk, guys. And that doesn't mean that later on it couldn't get some, but yeah, it's a meme. Doge has more utility than this does. So be careful out there, people. What happened to 160? We hit it. We hit a 160 price for XRP. We did that already. Old news. You're a little late to the party on that one. 160 came and went. Let's see. How long will you and Jesse be gone? What do you mean? Jesse's not going to be gone. I'm leaving, and I'm going to be doing the live from Pachanga. I'm going to take the Nintendo Switch with me, and we're going to go old school. Jesse's going to be at home with her kids. I'm great. Oh no, but hope she enjoyed the time off. I'm sure she's enjoying her time off. I'm sure she's having a good time. I'll tell you this. Jesse keeps messaging me on when to take profits on everything, and she didn't even renew her subscription. Shame on her. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Let's see here. Let's do a money gun. Let's see. I finally set a date for Queens, rebranded Queens of the Chain. Nice. Nice. Let me get on that show. I'm a queen. Hey, like, let's go. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm definitely a degenerate. That's for sure. I would love to watch the show though. What's the confirmation of alt season? Okay, we did that. I'm way behind. I hit almost all my price points. Thank you for that. Great calls. I almost panicked and sold too soon. No problem. Hopefully you're making some money. That's the goal here, right? We want to make some money, but we don't want to be too greedy. That's the main thing to take from all this, right? Like, don't be too greedy. Take some profits. Make it real. Make it real. I'm not saying that things can't go parabolic, okay? I'm not saying that XRP can't hit $5, $10. But at the same time, let's be realistic. It's not happening tomorrow, and it's not going to 10K. Maybe not in this generation. UB, what's going on, man? I seen you, bro. UB, I feel like I rubbed off on you a little bit, man, because you're just such a gentleman now. I'm so proud of you. UB's become such a gentleman. I'll tell you what, the best way to argue with somebody is calm and collected. The moment you start arguing with somebody, you raise your voice, you call them names, you get agitated, they see that and they latch onto it and they manipulate that. But if you're like very calm, you have to be a debating Jedi. All right. That's why I keep little Yoda on the desk to remind me to be a Jedi. Okay. We have to be thought Jedis. We have to have strong influence over the weak mind. We have to win our arguments with collected thoughts, right? And not get angry because of frustration. You know what I learned? Because I had to learn to debate, because I was in politics and all this stuff. And you know what I learned is that frustration and anger in an argument stems from the lack of ability to communicate a thought to another person. They're not grasping it, right? They're not grasping the thought or understanding or even listening sometimes, right? And it can become very frustrating. And when we learn in that moment of frustration to breathe, be calm, slow down, you actually grab the other person's attention better. And if you don't grab their attention, you definitely grab the audience. So one thing I've learned, because I'll tell you what, I dated this one girl and she was so educated. She was so smart, right? She had more degrees than I do. She was just on another level of smart. And I have an IQ of 142. Right? So she was just on another level of smart. And for the first time in my life, I felt like the dumb person in the room. And but the thing was, it wasn't that she was smarter, is she knew how to argue with complete control of her emotions. And she taught me by learning to argue with her intellectually. It taught me how to manage my emotions and manage how to deal with arguing with people. And it's not really arguing, it's debating. It becomes arguing once you raise your voice, once you move into that realm, right? So once I realized that this was not about that, and it was about getting a point across and understanding, because another thing that I used to do is I would be too focused on thinking about what I want to say in rebuttal instead of listening to what they had to say. And so what I learned is that I needed to receive their information, take a pause, process it, and then speak, and not try to formulate my thought while they're speaking, but actually try to listen. What's up, Oz? Did we hit the top? Obviously, we have not hit the top. Maybe for today, okay? This is what I will tell you, is things look bullish for at least the rest of this month. Yes, we will have pullbacks. Not financial advice. Take profits. All right? We want to be taking profits along the way. Make it real, okay? Make it real, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be greedy. Greed is what will kill you in this market, right? No problem, UB. By the way, that advice was for everyone, not just you, UB. I just thought of it because I'm so proud of you, UB. You've come such a long way. And by the way, if you guys don't follow UB, give him a follow. I just adore this man. Every time he talks in a live, man, I'm just like, dude is on point. Listen to what he has to say. Listen to what he has to say. And like I say, I give credit where credit's due. Okay. Some of the things that I have regurgitated come from UB because I listen to him like daily. Every day he's in there and he's talking to different people and, doing his thing in the panels. And my guy is on point. I kind of morph some of the things he says and I say them in my own way, but we are very aligned in our thinking for sure. I would say that in some aspects he's more educated than I am in the crypto financial world, and in other places I'm more educated. And that's what's great about having this community is everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses. Florian Max says bull run ? We have been in the bull run since July of 2024. We have been in the bull run for a while. And you could even say that alt season started in July of last year. I would be willing to argue with that. Anyone back me up on that? We are in it. We've been in it. Okay. Could it go parabolic from here? Obviously, yes, it can. Anything can happen. It's all about likelihood. But, I mean, is it likely that XRP is going to see $10,000 this year? Highly unlikely. I would say nearly impossible. Obviously, that some things are speculative. Who knows? Yes, it's possible if all of a sudden every single dollar in the entire world flowed into XRP, but is that going to happen? Probably not, and most likely not. That's where I'm at with it. Revolution, thank you for the 10 clubs. Cheers. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 2 popular votes, and TikTok Seller, thank you for the heart me. If you made some money, send a money gun. That's a 2030 prediction. Dude, I don't think XRP sees $10,000 by 2030. I think that is a pipe dream. Maybe in like 100 years, it could see that price. 2030, I could see potentially $10 to $25. And that's if something doesn't move in and take its place. Right? But look at this. We're moving towards alt season. That's what I want to see. I want to see it get like right here, like close to the middle, baby. And then it's on like Donkey Kong. It could still rubber band back over here. But I think we're getting close. I think we're going to just keep inching this way. And then once we cross over this line, it's probably just going to shoot over. Boom. And that'll be all she wrote. New all-time high for what coin, Jason? No new all-time high. For what? I think you'll definitely see some things do all-time highs. But I would say unlikely. And let me tell you why. There is more people into crypto than there was last season. But the liquidity is more spread out over a much broader spectrum of projects. So we need more people in crypto in order for that to happen. And that's pretty much it. We need more liquidity. I just don't. It's more spread out. I just don't see it. I think some will see all-time highs. XRP in particular could potentially, because of the rhetoric around it. But I think more or less, you know, certain ones are and certain ones won't. I think Ethereum could. You know what? I used to be not so much about Ethereum, and I'm starting to lean towards Ethereum again. I'm starting to like Ethereum more because of SXT, obviously. And that doesn't mean that, you know, XRP Ledger won't come up with a version of this, but they're behind. And the thing is, Ethereum is very secure. And I think that that's the real issue we have with crypto right now, is the lack of security, right? And that's what we need. Obviously, we want speed, right? We want speed, we want efficiency, we want cheap gas fees, we want all that stuff, but it comes at a cost. And if we're talking about a new financial system shift, it needs to be secure. And so I've been thinking about, and I believe that they will come out with new technology that will bring the gas fees down on Ethereum. I really do. I used to be very anti-Ethereum until I found SXT. Solana has cheap fees, yes, but Solana is not as secure as Ethereum. That's the difference. Is you're giving up speed and value for security. But that doesn't mean that Ethereum can't create speed and efficiency, right? So we're going to have to see. But it's an ecosystem, okay? It's an ecosystem. I think many other technologies, blockchains, layer 1s, 2s, 3s, and so on, AI agents, all these different things, they're all going to play a role. A lot of things are going to disappear and fall to the wayside, definitely. But I think many of them will serve a purpose and come together. That's why I like Chainlink so much. Didn't Algo solve the trilemma? Revolution, if you're watching, can you fact check that and put it in the chat? If you're not, no big deal. I did not know that. If they did, that's amazing. I do like Algo, okay? I'm a huge Algo fan. I think Algo's gonna reign supreme next bull run. I think it's gonna be one of those big movers. It could this run too, you know. I think the potential for it to see new all-time highs is going to be a little sketchy because it's like number 54 on the list. But it's a good project. I really like it. I'll tell you, anything that's RWA, I'm all about it. Here's my thing with Ondo, though. Ondo is a security. Ondo is a security. However, they did file for a license with the SEC to deal with securities. Basically, so that they don't end up in the same hot seat that XRP did. But securities are more heavily regulated than commodities are. But that doesn't mean that it won't reign supreme. I think it's got a leg up on all of that. So I think Ondo is going to do very well. Things are looking good, though. Revolution says Algo is trying. Algo, the last statement was they seem to have almost accomplished it. Oh, thank you, Revolution, for fact checking that. So they have not solved the issue. What was the issue? I forgot what it was. I think it was Jason. Trilemma, right? So they have not solved the trilemma yet, but they're working on it. But they can always say whatever they want. Oh yeah, we're so close. That's like Trump coming out and saying, we're so close to making a deal. It's going to be beautiful. Everyone's going to love it. You know, anyone can say anything. So that's very speculative. Hi, Giddy Marie. How are you? I always get a big smile when Giddy Marie comes in to the live. She tried to run away and not be my friend anymore, but she came back because we love her. Canada, 35%. I know you're busy and you got an early bedtime, but you know what? Revolution, Jesse's show, at Jesse the Fact Checker, her live will be from 3 to 7. So it'll be a little bit earlier. So you will be able to watch her show and get to bed a little bit earlier. So, and that'll be Wednesdays and Saturdays. I know it's a better time for you, but everyone's different. I do this time because it works for me, but also I do it because the show starts at the start of the new day candle. What is going on? Why didn't SXT didn't get a new day candle? I think it's frozen. That's weird. SXT did really good today. And I think it will continue. Revolution, thank you for the money gun. Much appreciated. Money guns are cool. I want to do the dragon. Let's do the dragon crown. Dragon crown is probably my favorite one. That and the jellyfish. Gamery, thank you for the heart me. Look at, we got the dragon crown. And here's the thing is, I know Jesse's not in the office today, but she's still in the chat and doing fact checking. Thank you, Jesse, for doing that on your own time. So that should go to show you that Jesse's not going anywhere. She's a part of what we're doing here. So even with her not being here in the office, she is still fulfilling that role. And I want to give a special thanks and shout out to Revolution Starts Now. That's Jesse, our fact checker. Thank you, Jesse. You did not have to do that. And I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Of course, got to take care of stuff at home, but I got your back. Thank you. I appreciate you. Much appreciated. Don't we all just love Jesse? Gina Marie, thank you for the backing monkey. I like the monkey one too. It like hangs out on your back. If you made some money today, please make sure you take some profits, because the moon cycle would indicate we're going to come back down now. Look at, I've got the moon cycle indicator. Oh, that's not the right one. So look at, this is cool. It shows us, look at, here it dropped. and then it was opposite, and then it flipped. It flipped around, and this is a bad one to use. I think it's now within the cycle. When they're new, they don't really line up. But let's look at Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin, and let's put in the moon. So there's the moon phases, right? And look at moon phase, it pumped everywhere. It's like right before sometimes. Obviously, the news will turn things around a little bit, but look at this one right here. Pumped to the full moon, and then it even got some more. Full moon, pumped, got some more. The news can obviously disrupt that, but look at full moon, pump, full moon, pump, full moon, pump. Web3 Glossary, how you doing, buddy? Are we coming back down? We don't know. Okay. But I think that we're going to be moving upward at least till the end of the month with some pullback. Obviously, it's not going to be straight up. But I think, in my opinion, we're going to keep moving upward. I think Bitcoin does about 120, maybe 125. So is Bitcoin done? I don't think so. But I'll tell you this. We are moving closer to the alt season on the index here. Moving closer. Gold. We do crypto on this show, man. This is a crypto show. I mean, I do look at gold. You guys want to chat? You guys want to look at gold supply shock? Yeah. That's what I'm waiting for. Fingers crossed too. I've been waiting for this to kind of move over this line right here and get to where it's at right now. Now I'm looking to enter back into the market. I've been basically out of the market since January. So a lot of people have done the same thing. You know, there's trillions of dollars sidelined right now, and I think that those trillions are going to start getting into alts, or even Bitcoin, and then alts if the rhetoric starts changing. But I'll tell you this, bad news. We've had war, we've had tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, and nothing happened. We pumped instead. That is the confirmation I've been looking for, that people are desensitized to it enough that they do not care, they're not scared anymore, and they're ready to put their money in the market. And now that I see that, I'm like, okay, now end of the month, that rhetoric could change with the tariffs actually coming in on the 1st, but that deadline could get pushed back again. I think people are just, they don't care anymore. 95 billion flowed into Bitcoin today. Ooh, and you know what? When Bitcoin loses its dominance, where do you think that money's going to go? Alts. I'm feeling the alts. Web3, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you, buddy. If you guys don't follow Web3 Glossary, make sure you give him a follow. Great creator. Pump my bags, Oz. Let's go. Yeah, dude. Heck yeah. I'm excited, man. For the first time in a long time, I'm very optimistic. Look at, there's that little pullback, huh? But this could bull flag, you know, over the next day or so, and then take off. Same with Bitcoin. And I think that that's probably what's going to happen. I think we're going to get a bit of a pullback, not a lot. I don't think we're coming down on SXT in particular. I don't think we're coming down to 8 cents. I think we could come down to like 8.5. I think that's where it's at right now. It could potentially come down to a little more, like 8.2. But I don't think it comes all the way down to like 0.076. Heck yeah, we needed this, dude. I needed this so that I could pay the staff here, man. Like, I've been IOUing everybody. I'm like, hey, like, I want to put the money and have it in because I think we're going to pump and things are going to go up. And I want to make sure that I have the money in the bags so that way I can pay you guys more. And so I've been paying based off of IOUs so that that way I can actually potentially pay more. So it's an investment for the staff as well. And that's where I'm at with it. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. It's a beautiful day in crypto today. Everyone should be celebrating. Everyone should be cheering. Make sure you're taking profits, not financial advice. But we know views are back. Yesterday was a hard one. Yeah, I know, right? We had a hater. And I'll tell you why it happened. Because of this picture right here. This is what did it. People don't want to see this. People don't like that picture. It's rage bait, okay? It's a bit of rage bait. I love XRP, okay? But it gets people talking. What alts am I buying? SXT for sure. Algo, Ondo, HBAR, Chainlink, XRP. That's pretty much where I'm at with it. XLM. I got a few others, but a lot of these I've been holding for a long time. And I'll accumulate some more, but I'm just going to be, we ran up. I took out my profits. It dipped down. I'm basically going to be buying this dip and seeing where it goes from there. So, yeah, that's just how I do it. It's just instead of doing it daily, I'm doing it over a long stretch. Revolution says miner STX, SUI, XLM, and Ethereum. Oh yeah, STX, guys. Jesse turned me on to this one. I really like STX. It actually gives Bitcoin utility. Jesse, tell the chat what it's about. I'm super excited about Bitcoin actually having some utility for sure. STX makes me money. Yeah, that's all you know, right? That's all you know. Let's look it up. Let's take a look at STX, right? Get rid of our moon phases here. We already know when the full moon is. I mean, you don't need a freaking you can literally Google that. All right. I'll look at the wick on the bottom of this one. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, let's look at STX. I'm super dyslexic, so every time Jesse would be like, look at STX for me, I'd look at SXT. Look at this one. Look at, you got your classic double bottom right here. It had its head and shoulders, came down. This one looks like Algo, Ondo, same thing. This one is coming up here. All right. Jesse, if you're watching this one's going to $1.21 minimum. Minimum. All right. Hold on to that one. Take some profits and buy the dips if you want. But I'll tell you what, this looks bullish as hell. Foolish as hell. And look at, it's a diamond bottom. So even right here, this diamond bottom says it's coming up to 80 cents, right? You got it set at 120. I would adjust that. I'd adjust it. And you want to put it just to make sure it hits 116. Suey the Queen. Yeah, Suey's a cool one. That one did pretty well. Yeah. Does Suey have utility, Revolution? Let me tell you this. I know the coins that I know. I'm very bullish on certain ones, and that's really all I look into. And so if you know a good project, turn me on to it. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 roses. Appreciate you. You good, bro? IT guy just showed up. What's going on, broski? The IT broski is in the house. Welcome. I thought I was going to be here all alone today. Agent Tank. Woodcutter says SEI. Okay. Yeah, by the way, if the live is glitching and you're having issues with the audio or the video or anything like that on TikTok, you can always come watch it on Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. Only if you're having, issues, obviously. But we sometimes go there and we do the live there because we can talk about things that we can't say on TikTok. And it's our little safe haven. We're pretty much basically on TikTok, but we do have it as a backup because sometimes the quality is just so poor that we got to do something. Nope, didn't want to do that. So Woodcutter says SEI. Woodcutter is a subscriber, so I'll do Woodcutters. I fixed my TikTok issue by going to the App Store and updating it manually, and it actually worked. Interesting. Maybe I need to do, well, it's on my PC. I keep having issues where it keeps disconnecting on my end. It's constantly popping up. It seems like there's problems with your live quality. See how you can improve it. And it basically says, do a speed test on your internet. But my internet is great. I have, and nothing's wrong with OBS. It's just TikTok Studio sucks. Let me see here. So SEI for Woodcutter. How you doing, Woodcutter? I haven't seen you around in a while. I see you in other people's lives, but I haven't seen you here. Glad to have you back. Always appreciate you. Look at SEI, man. SEI is the same thing. Double bottom right here. I'd even say this is an inverted Head and Shoulders. That's an inverted Head and Shoulders. It looks like it played out. But this one could potentially go higher. And then look, it had a descending channel and a pump up. It could double top here at 33 or where it's at right now and come back down. All right. But if it does, like, maybe anywhere between, I would say probably like 21 cents to 19 cents. Yeah, it's been a minute, Woodcutter. I'm glad to have you back. Much appreciate you. Same here, but that actually fixed it. I seen it video on it. Oh, okay. That's good, man. So if you're having issues with TikTok and the quality, I guess update it in the App Store. I'll tell you this, viewership is up, and why? Because the markets are up. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Here's the thing. I have the white light on because this is what I've decided, okay? With the light in the back, I'm going to use that to indicate whether or not we're going up or down, obviously. But the white light is a symbol of indecision of whether or not we're moving into alt season yet. And that's kind of where I'm at. I do think that we are going to pump we're going to get a pullback here, okay? But I think we're going to pump to the end of the month, basically. And then we should see either a collapse or we continue and we're just moving into alt season. It's just going to be up. So we'll have to see. Bitcoin is the determining factor here. If Bitcoin just keeps hitting new all-time highs, say goodbye to your alt season, okay? Arrest before November adoption. Okay, there is no adoption in November, Woodcutter. Okay? ISO 222 is adopted globally, but that's just ISO 222. Yes, there will be a speculative pump because of it, but that does not mean that crypto is being adopted. It means that ISO is being adopted, and there are some cryptos that are ISO compliant. Yeah, I'll look at virtual for you. So understand that, Woodcutter, that ISO 222 actually has nothing to do with crypto. It's not the switch getting flipped. People believe that. So yes, it's going to make it pump, but wire transfers will all be the same. Everything will be the same until we have clear regulation, and then you'll start seeing banks start adopting it over the next 5 years. But there is no proverbial switch. Woodcutter, thank you for the rose. Neo, thank you for the 5 popular votes and the heart me. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Let's get a dragon crown. I want to breathe fire. Right? Let's see. Somebody wanted to see one. Virtual, right? Oh, I missed it. Woodcutter, thank you for the dragon. Appreciate you. That's my favorite one, by the way. That one and the jellyfish. So let me set up a new live goal here. And then we shall do the virtual. Let's do a fun one. Galaxy Globe. We're gonna do Galaxy Globe. Lil Pepe right now pumping. Bruh, not this guy not seen my comments. I literally just read them. Okay. You're not a subscriber, so you don't have priority in the chat. Okay. So you got to be a subscriber in order to get that priority. So, it was Cmont is our longtime subscriber, been subscribed since the very beginning of the show. Would like to see virtual, so we'll do virtual. Virtual. Okay. Looks like it had like a double bottom here. It pumped up. It fulfilled its pattern. It's pulling back now. Let me see this a little bit better here. So it had this head and shoulders that played out. This kind of looks like a crown. That's concerning. Okay. You see the crown? So keep an eye out for that. This one could break structure, and that would bring it down to, I'd say like $1. I would bring it down to $1. If it does. But I think things are bullish. I think this one could potentially see new all-time highs. It's only been out since February. Not a lot to see from it. Let me look at it for a minute here. Because this should be bearish and it pumped anyway, so let me look in the 1 hour. And that's a descending. This thing's going to see 186 again. Or I would say probably 185. That one will see 185.5 probably. And then potentially come back down, double top, and then could make a head and shoulders here, or it just keeps doing what it's doing and just keeps going up, 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 up. But this wick is a bit concerning, but I think it's going to retrace back up. Is that Bitcoin you're talking about? We'll definitely buy for $1. No, we're talking about virtual, Alan, not Bitcoin. This is virtual. Keyboard warriors. It's funny, you want to troll, right? But at least get your information right. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Really? Troll me. I love it. I love to be trolled. It's been so long since I've been trolled. As long as you're not, you know, bananaing me, I love it. I welcome it. I think it's funny. But you should be wrong, Alan, because this is not Bitcoin. You would be wrong. Anyway, CMONT. I think this at least retraces to 185. If it goes past from there, your next point of resistance would be obviously 188, 190. But this could, I'm not really seeing any pattern here. I think that this is what it's gonna do. Okay, this is what I think it's gonna do, CMONT. I think this is gonna turn into a cup and handle. If it does turn into a cup and handle, expect to see a price of $3. Something like that. We shall see. It's funny how you guys always ask me the same projects all the time. I wonder if my prices ever change, or is it always on point? Is it always the same thing? Who's that walking on my bridge? Trit trot on my bridge. Oh my God, because the troll. Oh. Alan. That was funny. All right. I give you that one. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Who's got me with this awesome Galaxy Globe? Somebody hook me up with the Galaxy Globe. I know you're all making money today. All right. I know y'all making money. Hook it up. Hook a brother up. Woodcutter said, wait for my brother. Why, is he a troll? Is your brother a troll? All right, now that we're chilling and we don't have any new stuff coming in, I guess we can take a look at Little Pepe. Little Peepee. Let's look at Little Peepee. I wonder if this is going to be a cup and handle. I think it's more double bottom. Chelsea pointed that out to me. Double bottom. I thought it was going to fall down here lower and be a double bottom. You know what? I think it's safe to say we're removing the magnet for now. We're removing the magnet for now. I'm not removing the rest in peace, though, because I do think there is a possibility that XRP is dead. Obviously, it's going to pump, but I don't think that XRP's utility is what people think it is. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Welcome, Mother Dragons. Always a pleasure. Oh my God, magnet gone finally. Yeah, it's gone for now. All right. For now, it could potentially come back. I'll tell you what, when you see this ghost disappear, it's on like Donkey Kong. All right. When you see that ghost, actually the ghost will stay, but this guy will be over his face. When you see this, then you'll know. All right. Then you'll know. Because we're never going to get rid of the ghost. We've had the ghost since day one, right? I kind of just want to put that there anyway. I think we're potentially going to see all-time highs in September for XRP. September, maybe October, November. It continues from there. We'll have to wait and see, but there we go. These little auto clicker's not working. We need the auto clicker to work, right? That's better. Day trade for now. I'm used to that. Yeah. What's the most stressful coin? XRP. 100%. XRP is the most stressful coin. I can't stand it. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular vote. I chose XRP because of how challenging it is, but at the same time, everyone's like, "Where's my price points at?" I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not a machine. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, SXT did very well. If you bought SXT, you did better than you did with XRP. Let me see here. What's going on with this stupid thing? Mother Dragons, did you get SXT? Oh my God, Alan, you're such a troll. Alan says, Mother Dragons, awesome to see you're off witness protection. Alan, come on, bro. Mother Dragon says, sure did, lots of it. I know, I bought more. I bought more. I'm getting bullish now, finally. Thank God. I'm in profits from what I just bought last night. On top of what I had before. Ooh, Let's look at SXT in the hour. Oh man, is that a flag? Kind of a flag. This is a good sign. This is probably going to break upward. It'll at least see 0.088. Nat, you got to become a subscriber if you want priority, man. I'm trying here, but subscribers have priority. So you either got to stick around or send a gift. If you send the live goal gift, I got you, bro. But here, I'll pin it there for you. Otherwise, you got to be patient, man, because there's lots of other people that are subscribers that pay for that priority. All right, so hold tight. All right, what was the one I was supposed to look at? Revolution, thank you for the let 'em cook. Appreciate it. All right, Nat, I got you with the FET. All right? All right, are you going to stop yelling at me now? Bullish bro, what is up? Cosmic Crypto in the house. He's now bullish bro. What's going on, man? Dude, I'm bullish. I actually bought more last night. So I'm now transitioning into moving back into the market. So yeah, caught this pump. Loving it, doing great. I was waiting for the 9th to see what would happen on the 9th. And so with the whole tariff thing, tariffs got postponed again. I'm bullish at least till the end of the month. But I think overall, as you can see, I've got the altcoin season index pulled up here. We're starting to creep over to where I want to be. Right? So I am on the bullish train now. All right. I think at least for now until August 1st, I'm bullish. ISO and all that stuff coming into play is going to cause a pump. I do think we get some bit of a pullback after that. I'll take profits, buy the dip again, but I'm pretty much bullish till September. Really, if we're going into alt season, especially, we could potentially be bullish to November. So, dude, I'm there. All right. And I've been kind of leaning that. I've just been waiting for confirmation. I'm not a greedy trader, bro. I have to be a smart money investor because if I fuck up, people's jobs are at stake here. Henry, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I'm wondering where Big Baller's at. Big Baller and I are going on vacation next week. Big Baller's taking me on vacation. It's more of like a business meeting, but it's also a vacation. Like he's meeting me there. We're gonna do whatever, and then he just blessed me with a whole vacation for the week and stuff. So, but we're gonna be working on Beer Gator. Gonna be working on Beer Gator. Come on, Oz. Time to wake up from hibernation. I know, right? The bear has left the building. You have the most patience with crypto. I know, right? It takes time. You will learn it. You got to understand, I've been in crypto for a very long time. I think the only person that's a creator on here that I know of that's been in crypto almost as long as me is Brooke Odyssey. And Brooke Odyssey will be on the show tomorrow. So we're going to argue and fight over things and agree on things, and it's going to be a great show. I will tell you this right now. Do not miss tomorrow's live. Tomorrow's live is going to be phenomenal. All right. You are going to see a great debate. And I'm hoping it. Let me tell you right now, if anyone can change my mind about XRP, it's Brooke Odyssey. And I told her, I said, look, we're going to argue about XRP. Change my mind. And she's like, challenge accepted. I was like, please, like, I want to believe. I'm not over here that like trying to be Mr. Pessimistic about everything. I want to believe, but I'm just not seeing it. Woodcutter says Brooke is one of the strongest minds in crypto and finance. Yeah, she's up there. I do, in my opinion, I do think she's a little spoon-fed with the moon cheese. However, if she can give me the facts and turn me onto it, I will take down the tombstone on XRP. Let's see. I was supposed to be looking at somebody's project. I got, okay, FET. All right, I got you. I got you on FET. Hold on. FET's coming down, bro. This is... I'd say a broadening wedge. Let me double check that one. Let me double check, because that could be one of the bullish ones. Because it's a flat bottom. No, well, hold on. It's a drop in. Technically, it's a pump into it. So it's a pump into a broadening wedge. But technically, it's down into a flat bottom. It could either be this, or it could be this. I think it's this right here. There's your pattern right here. All right? That's what I think it's at. That looks about right. So that would be bullish. And that would take it to... That's a pretty good size pattern. I would say... Yeah, like 80 to 85 cents. I do have a YouTube channel. It's at Oz the Crypto Goat. I have YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So all of these are recorded and posted to YouTube. She was anti-moon cheese forever. She finally saw the light. What do you mean, Woodcutter? With Brooke Odyssey? I think that's the problem, is moon cheese is not a good thing. But Brooke is amazing, and she's very smart. And that's why I'm like, okay, Brooke, I want you to come on. Convince me. Okay? If Brooke can convince me that XRP is everything that they're saying it is, I will take down the tombstone. TikTok freezes when you give the price points. Well, that's the beauty of being a deluxe subscriber. When you're a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly if you miss something. Which one did you want me to do, Simont? She was not about the big price point. Then she put the pieces together. Well, I'm excited to talk about that tomorrow. And I'll tell you this. If she can convince me, I will take down the tombstone. However, I'm not completely convinced. I hope she can convince me because I want to buy and hold XRP. I own a lot of it, right? I want to hold it and not sell it too low. I want to be a billionaire, of course. Who doesn't, right? You missed the price for FET. I think it's going to be 80 to 85 cents minimum. And that's like minimum, okay? 84, probably like 84, 85 cents, maybe 80. But this is kind of a difficult pattern because is it falling into this pattern or is it pumping into it? That's the question. And this is a downward trend here, but this is an up pump. So it's kind of, it could go either way. I'll tell you what the downside is on this one though. If it does drop down, it's coming down to like 57. Maybe it comes to like 60. Right? It could 60 to 57 cents. I'd be happy just to have $1 million and don't worry about bills. Let me tell you something. $1 million is not a lot of money, and $1 million is not enough to make you not have to worry about bills. I can tell you that right now. And the only reason why in my situation it's a little bit different for me. I don't need as much to be in that situation because everything I own. I've never had any credit. So I have no bills, no nothing. Like I pay for Hulu, the internet, and the electricity, and I'm soon to not have to pay the electricity anymore. So, and I grow a lot of my own food here. I get my water out of the ground. You know, I got to pay for trash disposal, stuff like that. But my house is paid off. My cars are all paid off. All my toys are paid off. Everything I have is paid off. So, yeah, $1 million is a lot of money if that's the situation you're in. But if you're in debt and you want to have expensive toys and all these things, $1 million ain't gonna cut it for you. You need at least like 5 or 10. Yeah, Kodak says one medical bill could be $250K intensive care. Exactly. So true, Kodak. You said it better than I could have. Let's see here. Can we get a gift goal? Is anybody gonna send the gift? Is it too much? Is it too outlandish? Me too. Don't have money till alt season, but we don't owe anyone anything. That's where I'm at, Alan. I don't own anything, but I also have no money till alt season. I'm moving all my money back into the market. I've been out basically since January. So now I really don't have any money. Mother Dragons, thank you for the perfume. Do I stink? Is that why I got perfume? Because I'm a stinky one? Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Revolution, thank you for the 10. You're awesomes. Revolution thinks not Revolution. Mother Dragons thinks I stink. Hopefully I stink good, not bad. I'm just messing with you, Mother Dragons. When are we going to have another chat on Francesca's Live, Mother Dragons, and drink wine and laugh all night? That was so much fun. I had a great time. So much fun. Let's see here. Seamont, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Appreciate you. Woodcutter said, "Oh, really? Why y'all did what? Where? What are you talking about, Woodcutter?" Thanks, mother. Now he's not too smelly. Alan is my troll. I'm glad. I love having a troll. Trolls are the best. It's entertaining. All right, let me set a new goal and then I'll do XRP for user. TikTok seller, thank you for the 5 roses. Let's do a new goal. Let's do a new one. Nothing too crazy. We'll do something. Oh, this one's cool. Tiny Dino Hot Dog. Crypto Pro, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you. Revolution with the tiny hot dog. All right, let's do a new one. That one was too easy. Too easy. All right, I like this one. A swan. Let's do a swan. Slim Bud, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Who's got me with a swan? I thought I heard some crazy stories about my friend. Oh. You've been in Fran After Dark, Woody. Yep. Francesca's After Dark show is just on another level. Kodak, thank you for the heart me, the dolphin, the chili pepper, and the tiny dino. We have a good time in Francesca's life, and that's the place. Okay, I get to be more myself, right? So when I'm on this live, I'm very professional. Yeah, we joke around or whatever, but I'm a little bit different in real life. And when I'm on Francesca's live, I get to be my actual crazy self, and I can say some pretty outlandish things. You know, this show is I try to be professional and whatnot, but there I have a chance for people to actually get to know me, or for who I actually really am, my actual personality. I'll do the swan for under 5-star pick. What do you mean? Undervalued 5-star pick? Oh, dude, H-bar. H-bar is probably the most undervalued crypto as far as ISO goes. Let me pull it up. If you want something that's going to pump like crazy, that's super undervalued, obviously SXT. SXT is going to perform phenomenal, right? But I think as far as top 5, top 10 ISO projects undervalued, H-bar. And look, it's a textbook double bottom. It's going anywhere from 26 to 28 cents, but this one could possibly do all-time highs. And look, this one got a cup and handle, pumped, it ran down, double bottom. We'll see what else it does. H-bar just reversed. I know, right? Look at it. It's starting to pump again. And that's a good sign that other things are going to pump. But this one has a long way to go to fulfill this double bottom pattern. It's funny. I just mentioned something and it pumps like that. That's the influence I have, ladies and gentlemen. There are some big whales watching this show. Pi network to the moon, over 70 million active miners. Yeah, Pi's cool. It's about to have a big candle. That's a possibility for sure. Obviously, it's not going to be straight up, okay? But give this one time. End of July, July 30th, 26 to like 20. Let's go with, I think 26 is probably it, but it could maybe 28, but and it could just stop at the psychological 30 cents, right? But I don't see it. I think it would stop here at 29.5. Dude, everything looks good, man. Chainlink is another good one though. Chainlink is awesome. Let's look at Link. Link. It looks like everything else. Double bottom. And Chainlink is more defined. It's going to 19 to 20 cents. Okay. Danny Gibson, thank you very much. Appreciate the swan. You're awesome, man. Risky Sneak says, much respect to you, my bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, some days I'm just like, man, like, what am I doing? And it's comments like that that really just, thank you. It keeps me going. Let me see here. Let's find a new goal. I don't want to do something too crazy, but I want to get something like new, and I want to try to meet TikTok's expectations. Here, let's do the live ranking crown. There. Let's do that one. Alan says you do great, Oz. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Chainlink is falling on support in the 15-minute. Yeah, but that's if you're day trading that even matters. Get off the lower time frame, man. I'll tell you that right now. Crypto Pro, unless you're day trading, like you're trading multiple times a day, you shouldn't even be that low of a time frame. Yeah, it could double top right here and then come back down like 14.9 to 14. Set the pars, push the limits, break it. Exactly. I'm at work, lying tiles and tapping. Thank you. Thank you, Butchie Boy. Appreciate it. Risky Sneaks, thank you for the crown. Appreciate it. All of you that are at work just tapping away, thank you so much. We're at 71K likes. 71K. We're going to hit 100K. I'll tell you, crypto's booming. The viewership is up. Let's do the floating octopus. I don't know why I like all of the jellyfish and octopus ones. I think jellyfish are pretty neat, right? Obviously they sting, but are they not just so beautiful? Like when I see them in like an aquarium tank and the way they just float around, it's just something so majestic. Dogecoin is a meme coin, has no utility. That's my opinion. I'll tell you this though. My other opinion is everyone's talking about it, but that's only because TikTok is pumping it. It'll fall short eventually. Crypto Pro says wrong. Is that on Dogecoin? Because I'll tell you what, I just looked it up. And by the way, there are two Dogecoins. Okay, you may be referring to a different project. And that's another problem with Dogecoin is that there's another project that's similar to it. So that will spread out the liquidity because people will click on the wrong one and buy the wrong one. What are they going to do with it, mate? What do you mean, Dogecoin? It's a meme coin. I literally fact checked this and did this earlier. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you subscribe, I'll get into all of it with you. But I already did this, man. No utility. Have you looked at Cardano yet? Let's take a look. Cardano looks good. Same thing. Double bottom here. You could even argue it's a triple bottom, but it's a double bottom. And that's going to take it up to 98 cents to $1 for this pattern. It could potentially go higher. What's going on, random guy on the internet? What's up, viewer description? How you doing? Mother Dragons, thank you for the floating octopus. You guys are amazing. I absolutely adore you. Let's do the DJ glasses. DJ glasses. Right? DJ glasses. What's going on, viewer description, my random friend on the internet? Cheers to you. Everything looks bullish. Everything looks bullish. And I think that no one cares about tariffs anymore. Desensitized. Everyone is desensitized to the tariffs. They're, yes, this is Cardano. Everyone's desensitized to the war and everything. They don't care anymore. Which is, I mean, is it good? It's good for the market. Green screen? What do you mean green screen? Should I put the green light on, you mean? I guess I should. I do think that there's a potential for things to crash on August 1st. That's why I have the white. Okay. But yeah, and there's a potential for things to pull back right now. So I'm going to turn the green light on when have confirmation that alt season is happening. That's what I'm going to do. Risky Sneak says tariffs are strategically placed to follow charts accurately. I agree with that 100%. They allow it to pump and then they allow it to happen just enough to bring it back down that it doesn't crash the market. That's why I think we're going to pump until the end of the month. Degen official listing on the 20th. Okay, Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. You just confirmed what I was saying. Two different projects. Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. Okay, just because something has an official listing does not mean that it has utility. No utility on Dej. Okay? It is a meme coin. Period. Algo's pumping. Algo. Oh yeah. Yep, things are gonna keep pumping. I think we keep pumping. We'll get some pullback, but we will keep pumping. So Algo is coming to like 29.30 cents according to this pattern. That doesn't mean that it can't go higher, but that would be where you would take some profits, expect a pullback by the dip. That could also just be the end of it. Okay, it just depends. JFM, yeah, become a subscriber, and I'll put you at the top of the list. Otherwise, you'll have to be patient and wait for me. A friend of mine told us that Dej was a meme and a rug scam. It is. Dej is a rug. That doesn't mean that it won't pump and you can't make money off of it, but someone has to lose, all right? Someone has to lose. Big Baller says, playing poker, we're going to the moon. Yeah, baby. Where are you playing poker at, man? I want to play poker. Texas Hold'em? That's my game, dude. Texas Hold'em is my game. And you know what? I finally had a loss in Vegas, so I'm sure that I'm going to do well the next time I play. Hawaiian Gardens, nice. I'm not a huge gambler. Like, I don't do slots and stuff like that, but I like to roll dice. I love to play poker. But I'm not like, I'm an investor, you know, so I play those games for the entertainment and love of it. I don't care about making money doing it, you know, that. And I think that's part of why I'm such a good poker player. I do it for the love of the game. I'm playing the people, not the cards. Where do I see XRP going? I see that depends on the time frame. What do you mean, like 20 years? 100 years? 5 years? 5 days? Hyper. Hyper looks good. Is this a meme coin? It hasn't been around really long enough for it to be chartable, dude. Unchartable. Look at this is what I mean. An ascending channel and then a pump. You can't chart these things. Short term 5 years. So you think 5 years is short term for XRP? I think in 5 years XRP could be $10 to $25. Unless Brooke changes my mind and is like, gets me to eat the moon cheese. I think everything's about to get another pump right now. Let me tell you this. If there's gonna be a sell-off in crypto, it's gonna happen at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right? Yeah, exactly. Alan, and let me tell you this. I want to be schooled, okay? Because I know a lot about XRP, but I also am not going to feed into speculative nonsense. If somebody can give me factual information that is on point, I will change my stance. So far, no one has given me that. They've given me speculative information. I need facts. And it can't be Brad Garlinghouse said this. That is not a fact. The dude has everything to gain by pumping the price. Alan says after tomorrow he'll be saying 5 to 20K. I hope so. I hope so, because if that's the case, I am very rich. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being wrong. Being wrong in my case makes me rich. All right? I'm totally fine with it. 2 times I always watch crypto is 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. Exactly. Exactly. Very smart. You notice I put out a lot of my price point videos at like 3, 4 in the morning. That's because I'm up watching, waiting for confirmation, waiting for markets to open in different time zones. Revolution says, or the people who get their news from X, it's not real news, it's opinions and fake news. Exactly. AB Ryder, what's going on? I'm just going to start calling you AB Ryder. SXS is a tongue twister. We shall see. But I'll tell you this, tomorrow, Brooke will be on the show. And Revolution will be here fact-checking, and we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm telling you right now, if any creator that's going to come on this show can change my mind, it's going to be Brooke. So if Brooke can't change my mind, I don't think there's any hope, unless some new information comes out. AB, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragon says, I hope she brings baby goats. That would be awesome. Baby goats. I'm getting some feedback. There we go. Can you guys hear the feedback click, 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 click in the audio? Or is it just in my headphones? Rydog says Brooke is going to blow my mind. I'll tell you what, I have been sitting in the lives. I've been watching her show. So far, nothing has been said. I haven't been there to argue the things yet. Nothing has been said to change my mind yet. But I want to believe. I tell Mega Crypto this all the time. I tell all the creators. I tell Caveman. I'm like, I want to believe, man. I want to believe. Because if it's true, I'm freaking rich. All right? And I'll hold longer. I'm just not there yet. Convince me. Use facts. Convince me. And I will scream it from the rooftops. I will join. And let me tell you right now, this show will do so much better if I'm on the XRP to the moon train, okay? We get suppressed a lot because that's not the rhetoric here. So, change my mind. I want to be on that train. I want to be loved and adored by the XRP community, not where I'm at right now. All right. I want that, but at the same time, I have integrity in what I do, and I'm not going to just change where I'm at because somebody said something speculative. Look at everything pumped more than XRP did already. just in the last couple hours. It's getting dumped on. Brad Garlinghouse is dumping on XRP now. I gotta save this. Okay, saved. Look at this is a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. Kind of, not really. I think this is a cup. Cup and handle. See, this could have been a cup and handle, but it just wasn't. Big Baller says Jerome Powell is going bye-bye. No, he's not. Listen to me. Jerome Powell is not the one making these decisions. It is a board. Jerome Powell is just the Fed chair. There's a group of people that vote on these things, and the votes have been unanimous. Fartcoin is farting. Is XRP going bye-bye? What do you mean, Brian? What do you mean XRP going bye-bye? I don't think that XRP has the use case that everyone says it does. Yeah, Revolution says that's not going to happen. He gives the news. Exactly. I think that their figures that they use to get their whatever is skewed. But legitimately, I think that it's a board. It's a group of people. It's not just one guy. Why is the Federal Reserve updating wire transfer system at this moment? Because they're implementing ISO. They're going digital. That has nothing to do with XRP, though, or crypto. Can you explain ISO? Yes. What crypto is a part of ISO? Well, okay. No crypto is a part of ISO. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. ISO will cause a pump in the markets. Okay. Because people don't understand it. Okay. But the banks are changing the system in which the way their computers communicate with each other. That is what ISO 20022 is. It is the way that the computers communicate for the banks. All right? And that is all happening, I think it's like the 12th or the 14th of this month in the US. And globally, it happens November 22nd. All right? Here's the thing. Just because the banks are changing the way their computers talk to each other does not mean mass implementation of crypto into the bank, okay? What will spark mass adoption would be regulation, okay? And clarity, and banks' willingness to want to use it. All right. So ISO is the way the computers are going to talk to each other. That is it. It is the language that the computer speaks. All right. That's all ISO is. Banks are going to be using that now. Okay, great. The reason why people correlate it to crypto and think that this is when the switch gets flipped and all this is happening, this and that and whatever, okay? It's false. All right? It does not, wire transfers are still going to be handled the same way. Obviously, it could change over time, but I believe banks are waiting for more clarity and stability in legislation for crypto before they even are going to attempt to do something like that, if at all. They may just do stable coins, right? So ISO is the language the computer speaks. What does that have to do with crypto? Okay, there are certain coins that are ISO compliant, which means they can operate on that system. But just because something can operate on that system doesn't mean that they will use it. Obviously, I think in the future they will, but not right now. I'm rooting for XRP. It's used by an American company. That's where you're wrong, Ryan. It's not used at all. It's speculated that it could be used, but it actually has not been used yet. There are some very small banks that have less than 100 employees that are using it, but it's not being used. Okay? But yeah, an American company, great. I love that idea, right? But Circle can do all the same things now. XRP may not even have the utility that it has anymore because of RLUSD. It'll have some utility, but it won't skyrocket the value because XRP will not be the placeholder, I guess, is the best way to say it. But just because ISO is being implemented does not mean that crypto is being adopted. All right? Wake up and smell the moon cheese. Algorand's going right now? I'll tell you, this picture really causes the rage bait on XRP. People do not want to believe that XRP could potentially pretty much be useless. Obviously, it's speculative, but from what I'm seeing, I'm leaning towards it's obsolete, dead technology. There's no real use case for XRP now because we have RLUSD. It serves as a liquidity pool. That's it. The money flows through it. It doesn't sit in it. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. It's like trying to fill a bucket that doesn't have a bottom in it. What do you mean it doesn't matter about use case? Of course it does. The market goes when it goes, all one big trade. No. The money goes into XRP and the smart contract fills and instantly comes out of it. I'm not telling you to sell your XRP. Listen to me. XRP will do phenomenal things because the moon cheese is real, the rhetoric is real, the narrative is there. Okay? But when it comes to mass adoption and all of that, I don't believe it actually sees a $10,000 price point. Okay. It could see $20 maybe years and years from now. SA702. If you need help, I recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one. Okay. You can message me directly and we can come up with a strategy catered to your specific needs. Everyone bought at a different time. Everyone owns a different amount. Everyone is different. So there's not a blanket that you can throw over something and then that's what's going to happen. Okay. So if you're struggling with that and you need help, I would recommend become a deluxe subscriber and we'll find out what works best for you. XRP will not get to 10,000. I need only to get to 8 or 10 to be a millionaire. Okay. It could potentially go to 8 or 10. Potentially. I'm leaning more towards 5 to 8. But make sure you take profits, okay? Make sure you take profits. I don't have anything to start, sadly. Okay, if you don't have money to pay for a $10 subscription, you don't have money to invest into XRP. And people have messaged me, they're like, hey, can you just help me for free? I need to know. And I'm just like, if you don't have money to invest, what good is the information? And I'm wasting my time. I'll tell you what, though. SA702, maybe someone in the chat will bless you with a subscription, but I don't know if they will if you don't have money to invest. It's not going to help you. Revolution says, from everything I've read and seen, XRP is a stepping stone, but will probably be dead tech by 2030. That's what I think. That's what I think. But it's speculative. We don't know. All right. But I'll tell you this. XRP is not Ripple. They're two different things. And I'll tell you what, if Ripple goes public, I will buy Ripple. All right. But XRP is not Ripple. It is different. All right, let's see if we can get this live goal met here. Who's got me with the DJ glasses? Somebody hook me up. DJ glasses me. Let me get the goggles. Where are we at? Who's got me out there? Who's got me with the DJ glasses? What coin should I go for? Portfield. Best I can say is become a deluxe subscriber. All right. Become a subscriber and you can talk with me. I'll message you after the show and we can work on something, okay? Do I just spot trade? No, I'm a smart money investor. I'm a smart money investor. And then I do day trade small amounts. But let me tell you this. Crypto is a high risk asset, okay? High risk. In order to become wealthy, you need to take high risks with a small amount of money. And then when you become wealthy, you want to take low risks with a large amount of money. That's why I'm not really super into crypto right now, because it's very high risk. And once I feel like it's not very high risk and that there's confirmation of alt season, yes, I will part a large portion in there. But most of my money is going to be in defense contracts. Dividends. All right, let's get into the news. Take a look at SXT real quick. I'm in profits. I'll tell you though, this is concerning. Looks like we got an ascending channel here. I think that this will retrace up here. Will it go all the way up? Probably not. It could hit 0.086 and come back down. I think it goes to 0.08775, but it could continue just on from there. All right, let's read the news. All right. I'm not saying I believe what this guy says. Okay? Chat, hear me out. I'm not saying I agree with him. However, these are things that you need to understand and you need to consider when you're in crypto, especially if you're already very wealthy. Daniel, thank you for the heart me.
Stablecoin work that is being done in Congress, I think few understand the way that it could start to shift the winds of American finance. What worries you?
What worries me is that the Genius Act or any other act in this space that's being pushed by the very deeply pocketed and influential crypto lobby creates a kind of imprimatur, a kind of government stamp of approval for a set of assets that are highly risky. Of course, crypto is an extremely volatile piece of work, and stablecoins, on the other hand, are allegedly tethered to the dollar, connected to the value of the dollar. But the fact is we already have a dollar, and I just don't see, and this was another point of the article you just mentioned, I just see zero use case with really very high risks. We are, in my view, once again, entertaining deeply risky finance without the kind of guardrails that it requires.
Let's talk about stablecoins because that's probably the safest of the group given the association with U.S. Treasuries. If you're the administration, there's a sense here that the stablecoin industry could fill in where others might be stepping back. For example, if you're worried about foreign buyers of treasuries, then stablecoins can be bigger and bigger holders in the future instead. Is that a safer or less safe financial system?
Much less safe, a much less safe financial system. And here's why I think that. First of all, let's recognize that a few times in pretty recent history, stablecoins have traded well below a dollar. In May 2022, Tether fell to 95 cents. In March 23, and this was around the time of Silicon Valley Bank, Circle's USDC coin fell below 87 cents on the dollar. What happens if we now have hundreds, maybe thousands of new stablecoins issued because of the government imprimatur and the aspects of the Genius Act that facilitate that? Imagine some of those currencies break the buck. Their value falls below a dollar. They trade below a dollar. I think this is a highly runnable problem, and that's not guesswork. That's empirical based on what I just described. Suppose you start having a run on 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 of these stable coins, and there's hundreds out there. What if it cascades to many, many more than that? What you might then see, this gets to your question, is that these companies, in order to make good on their linking to the dollar, would have to sell massive amounts of US treasuries. All right, that would mean a spike in interest rates. It would mean a kind of recessionary dynamic, and it would really redound to the harm of lots and lots of Americans, even if they had nothing to do with crypto. So I think it's a much less safe system we're contemplating.
Does it leave the country vulnerable to the potential for bailouts? The reason I ask that is I remember very closely where I was. I remembered the room I was in when the Silicon Valley Bank rescue happened, and I was watching the Circle USDC price retether to the dollar at the same time of the rescue. Now, do you think that this means in the future, if stablecoins experience issues, it was going to require federal intervention?
Exactly the scenario I just outlined. This is a runnable problem. When stablecoins break the buck, and if there's thousands of them out there or hundreds of them out there, I worry about a cascading run on stablecoins. You'd have to see all of these companies, and they might be Amazon and Meta, and who knows, obviously lots of financial institutions. The Genius Act gives them the permission to issue these coins. You might see them having to do fire sales of US treasuries. And no government I was in government during the SVB during the Silicon Valley Bank bankruptcy, and no government wants to sit there or is able to sit there and watch that happen. So yes, I think there's run risk. I think there's Treasury interest rate spiking risk, and all of that leads to bailout risk.
All right, did you catch that?
So let's talk.
You catch that? Is this actually being adopted? Maybe. Probably. But crypto is a high risk. High risk. Even stablecoins are high risk. Now, because stablecoins hold a higher yield, there's a possibility that it keeps it afloat. But we have to understand that these are real things that he's talking about. Revolution says he could be right or horrifically wrong. Okay? I think that the move that they're going towards is digital currency. I do believe that. But you need to understand that crypto is very high risk. It is a pyramid scheme. In order for you to make money, somebody has to lose money. Okay? And it generally ends up being retail. All right? Keep that in mind. Understand the risks that are involved with crypto. Does it mean that you can't make money? Obviously not. Cooper says CBDC is the end game. I agree 100% with that. Satoshi says just buy Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin crashes? Which it will. It's just like the dot-com bubble. These are bubbles. In order for someone to win, someone must lose. That's the name of the game. So understand that these are risky things. It's only making new highs. Yeah, right now. Satoshi, it's only doing that right now. Eventually, it will pull back. Okay? We will go into alt season. It is a cycle. There could come a time where it just dominates and takes over, but and that's just what it is. But you have to understand, Bitcoin is just as volatile and risky DCA over the long term. I will never condone that. Maybe with Bitcoin, but when Bitcoin loses dominance, Bitcoin is coming down. It's coming down hard. Satoshi, if your name is Satoshi Nakamoto, right? So you should understand what the bull run cycle is. You should understand that. You should understand that these things will come down. I get what you're saying over the long term. But a lot of people don't understand what it is they're holding. They don't understand crypto. Some of us do. Yes, the 4-year cycle is fueled by the Bitcoin halving. I get it, right? And that makes it more valuable. But also, Satoshi, there is a wallet out there, many wallets out there actually, that are from the Satoshi era of wallets that are holding massive amounts of Bitcoin. You don't think eventually they'll liquidate? You don't think that they'll sell that? Whoever Satoshi is has a wallet with, I don't even know what the amount of Bitcoin is in it. That's too much control that one person can have. Yeah, 1 million coins. We don't know who it is. We don't know who's holding that, which makes it highly risky. At any given moment, they could rug pull crypto. He's never moved any since creation. That doesn't mean anything, though. Just because he hasn't moved it yet doesn't mean that he won't. They moved BTC recently. Okay, that's not true. The Satoshi wallet has not moved any yet, but there is a Satoshi Arrow wallet that has recently moved to the exchange. Yes, Ziggy, I understand what you're saying, but it can also lose its value at the same time. It's very volatile and high risk. Over the long term, yes, it can be a place to store your money, okay? It is still volatile. And we have to understand that. Crypto Pro says FUD BTC is crazy, bro, on the same day of new high and alts. I'm just saying, I don't know about Mega Cycle. I don't know about that. Could. What's up, Josh? Hey, Josh, you want to come on the show? Let's talk, buddy. I'm just saying that we need to understand that as of right now, it is a pyramid scheme. Okay? Everyone's situation is different. All right, Josh, just hit me up. I got to get through the news too, though. It's still pretty early, so I'll get through the news. I'm just saying, okay? Everyone is preaching Bitcoin, crypto, whatever, XRP to the moon, right? Revolution, Bernie Madoff, exactly. Okay? Just understand that these are volatile, high-risk investments, which is great. If you don't have a lot of money, this is an opportunity. But everyone's situation is different. And just don't be... Listen to everything, believe nothing, okay? Do your own research. But understand how these things work. And a lot of you crypto maxis, okay? You understand how this works. Somebody has to lose in order for you to win. Cooper says it's like buying a lottery ticket if you don't know what you're doing. Exactly. And this message is for those people that do not know what they're doing. A lot of people in the chat today are just like, I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should buy. Especially because things are pumping right now. The FOMO is real out there. So if you are not understanding this system, if you don't know what you're doing, you're new to crypto, I recommend become a deluxe subscriber. Let me coach you one-on-one. There is money to be made here. Even on the way down, there is money to be made, okay? But especially if you're new, you're going to need help. And I've been doing crypto since 2016. I'm 37 years old and I'm retired because of crypto. There is money to be made, but I'm telling you, a lot of people lost a lot of money because of me. Okay? Because I bought early and I sold. They bought the top. Cooper says, exactly. You have to go with the trend. Exactly. You have to know what's going on. So if you are new to crypto or you're new to trading or you're just confused on something, become a deluxe subscriber. Let me help you out because there is money to be made here, okay? And I'm not fudding it, okay? I'll tell you right now, you know what my last name is? I'm doxing myself. My last name is Fudder, all right? I'm living up to my potential, but I'm just being realistic. Okay. And there are too many people that are unrealistic in this space. And it's designed that way on purpose because it is a pyramid scheme. They need to convince you to hold forever. TikTok says, I saw the Venmo. Yeah. That is legitimately my last name is Futter. All right. Understand that this is a volatile space and you need to know what you're doing. It's a constant pump and dump. That's how they make their money. Exactly. Do not become somebody's exit liquidity. All right? Let me help you. Because there is money to be made here. I'm not fudding this and saying that things aren't going to do different things, but just going off of the rhetoric will burn you. All right? We need to learn to become smart money investors, not buy the tops of these things. All right. More news. South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions.
South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions. South Korea's Ministry of SMEs and Startups announced Wednesday that it plans to lift restrictions preventing crypto-related businesses from qualifying as venture companies. Currently, firms operating in the virtual asset sector are excluded from the government's venture classification, which limits their access to various tax breaks and financial support. The ministry said the proposed amendment reflects a shift in perception of the digital asset industry and the establishment of legal and institutional safeguards aimed at protecting users. The announcement further states that the government is currently focusing on nurturing the digital asset industry, and following last year's implementation of crypto regulations, legal protections for users are already in place. For this reason, restricting the industry is inappropriate, it states. The ministry will accept public comments on the proposal until August 18. A final enforcement date has not yet been announced. Related, 27% of Koreans aged 20 to 50 hold crypto, 70% own more investments, report. The implications for South Korea's crypto industry. The proposed change would allow crypto businesses to be qualified as venture companies. Furthermore, existing venture companies will be able to expand into the digital asset space without losing their classification. This is expected to revitalize and expand the venture ecosystem and support the growth of the virtual asset industry. Being qualified as a venture allows companies in South Korea to access a series of government benefits. Those include a 50% corporate income tax cut for 5 years, a 75% business real estate acquisition tax cut and broadcast ad discounts of up to 70%. Related, South Korean banks plan one-pegged stablecoin launch by 2026. South Korea bets on crypto. The proposed changes follow a growing trend of crypto-friendly policies in South Korea. On Sunday, the Bank of Korea informed commercial banks participating in its central bank digital currency, CBDC, pilot that the trials were temporarily suspended. A senior official from one of the banks told local media that the pause is meant to give the government time to clarify its stablecoin policy and how a CBDC might fit into the broader digital finance ecosystem. Newly elected President Lee Jae-myung campaigned on a list of crypto promises. Among those was allowing the issuance of stablecoins pegged to the local fiat currency. Lee Jae-myung made multiple crypto-related promises during his presidential campaign, including allowing stablecoins. Source: Cointelegraph. On Tuesday, Cointelegraph reported that shares of Kakao Bank, Kookmin Bank, and the Industrial Bank of Korea rose by 10% to 19%, following stablecoin trademark applications, signaling growing investor confidence in the country's crypto direction. Magazine: Genius Act reopens the door for a meta stablecoin, but will it work?
Stablecoin CBDCs. That's the end game here. That's the end game. all your crypto coins that you're holding right now eventually will go away. That is the end game. For now, there's money to be made. This bull run, next bull run, may be your last opportunities to make money here.
Trump's crypto agenda is rigged for the rich. Opinion by Pauline Shangat, Chief Strategy Officer at Change Now. Bitcoin optimism is naturally running high. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade agreement with the UK has provided a jolt of confidence in global markets.
Jakob, if you're asking that question, can I sell my Ethereum now? I think what you meant to say is, should you sell your Ethereum now? Obviously you can, but should you? If you're asking that question, I would suggest become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one, because everyone's financial situation is different. Everyone bought it at a different price. So what I would say is become a deluxe subscriber and you can send me a direct message and we can go over what your situation is and we can come up with a strategy specific to your needs. So become a deluxe subscriber and I can help you out and answer that question for you.
And Bitcoin, BTC, as the ultimate borderless asset, is reaping the benefits. Unfolding behind the Trump administration's aggressive push to deregulate the crypto industry, however, is a consolidation of power that favors the few while ignoring the many. Cryptocurrency was designed for the everyday person, those who had had enough of opaque financial systems that prioritize profit over the interest of the people. Bitcoin emerged from the ashes of the 2008 financial crisis as a radical experiment in financial sovereignty, not an exercise in empowering hedge funds and political elites. That's exactly what's happening. Trump's administration has taken steps to rapidly deregulate the industry behind a crypto-friendly agenda. His family's crypto venture, World Liberty Financial, is a clear example. With direct ties to Trump's sons, WLF launched its own stablecoin and digital tokens just as the administration began loosening oversight. At the same time, the Department of Justice disbanded its national cryptocurrency enforcement team, scrapping investigations that once targeted money laundering and fraud. From financial freedom to political favoritism, watchdogs and critics are raising alarms about conflicts of interest. Trump's public enthusiasm for digital currencies is a business strategy. His administration's aggressive deregulation benefits WLF and others like it, insulating them from scrutiny while they expand their financial reach. What's worse is the politicization of crypto itself. Coins linked to political figures, like Trump, are flooding the market. The rally around these so-called politico coins concerns loyalty and influence. There's growing concern that political actors leverage crypto to build new forms of centralized influence. Related, Trump family's company cuts stake in World Liberty Financial by 20%, report. Trump's administration has painted itself as the great liberator of blockchain, but the final result looks more like capitalism, with the promise of financial empowerment being overshadowed by speculative gains. World Liberty Financial, flush with new capital, charges ahead while everyday investors are left navigating a landscape designed to keep them at a disadvantage. Everyone is receiving the message that financial freedom is for sale, but only if you're in the right circle. The unbanked deserve better than this. This isn't the financial revolution crypto promised. It's a rerun of the same old game. The powerful get richer, the regulators turn a blind eye, and the rest of us are left holding the bag. It's time for the unbanked, the underrepresented and those who have been failed by traditional finance to get their voice heard. We must strip away the political branding and return to the core mission of providing real financial access to those most in need. That means showing people how crypto can help them in their daily lives instead of only talking about it conceptually as an investment. It
There
looks
you
like
go.
sending money home to family without losing
That part.
20% to remittance fees or saving in stable digital dollars when your local currency is crashing. Trump's take on crypto talks a big game about freedom, but underneath it, you'll find the same old power structures at play. If crypto is ever going to live up to its potential, the community has to get back to what it set out to do in the first place. Break the mold, not reinforce it. Opinion by Pauline Shangat, Chief Strategy Officer of Change Now. This article is for general information purposes and is not intended to be and should not be taken as legal or investment advice.
Boom. So understand the rhetoric here. Do you guys understand that this is a Ponzi scheme? Okay? Someone has to lose. That's why the narrative is XRP is going to 10K. That gets normal people to buy and hold without selling or taking profits. Justin Kelly, you missed a lot of good stuff. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow's live is going to be epic. Do not miss tomorrow's live. Brooke Odyssey will be a special guest on the live. Do not miss it. But Justin Kelly, also, if you missed the live, everything is recorded and posted to YouTube, so you can go and watch it later on if you miss a live. So everything is there and available. XRP news today. Ripple plans XRP ledger upgrades to compete with Ethereum. Ripple, the company behind the cryptocurrency XRP, is planning to implement multiple upgrades to the XRP ledger following in the footsteps of Ethereum. These upgrades are aimed at enhancing functionality and efficiency of the XRP ledger, making it more competitive in the rapidly evolving blockchain landscape. The proposed upgrades includes integration of smart contract capabilities, which will allow developers to build and deploy decentralized applications on the XRP ledger. This move is significant in its positions. XRP has a more versatile platform capable of supporting a wider range of use cases beyond its traditional role in cross-border payments. The integration of smart contracts on the XRP ledger is a direct response to the growing demand for blockchain platforms that can support complex financial transactions and decentralized applications. Ethereum has long been the dominant player in this space, but Ripple's upgrades aim to challenge this dominance by offering a more efficient, scalable alternative. The XRP ledger's EVM compatible sidechain has already seen significant number of smart contract deployments, indicating strong developer interest and activity. This sidechain allows for the execution of Ethereum smart contracts, providing a seamless transition for developers familiar with Ethereum's ecosystem. Here's the difference. Have you taken profits? Oh yeah, I took profits, but I also I've been re-entering. I'm re-entering the market. Who is Brooke Odyssey? Oh, Brooke Odyssey is another creator on the space here. Very knowledgeable. And that's why we're going to have it out, because we have difference of opinions. And I'm hoping if anyone can change my mind about XRP, it's going to be Brooke. She's on a live right now. That's why viewership's down. That's awesome. Tomorrow's going to be a great show. Don't miss tomorrow's show. It's going to be awesome. She's a tough cookie for sure. Oh yeah, Brooke Odyssey is not her real name. I know her real name, but yeah. That's her creator name. But yeah, she's smart, okay? And if she can give me something factual to change my mind, I will take down the tombstone on the XRP. All right, Josh, I'll bring you up right now. I can't remember how to do a phone call. There it is. Hello. Josh, are you there, my guy?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I was enjoying the Bitcoin pump today.
Yeah, right? Everything's pumping. I'll tell you what.
I got my green lights and everything.
You got your green light on. I still have the white light on because I mean, I think that we pump until the end of the month, and then we see what happens with tariffs. I'm gonna bring you on so people can see your young face.
I mean, I think like even like long term, this, massive green candles that we've had, I'm looking for another entry spot. So I'm a little, I'm thinking they're probably going to try and take out that last high, but I think that there's going to be I think there's going to be another entry zone. I don't know by how much, but that'll probably be a good time to get in,
I agree.
is what I'm trying to figure out.
Hey, remember when we were talking about the moon cycle?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I found this. Check it out. It's an indicator that indicates the moon cycle. This just adds more validity to it, if you ask me.
They have it on TradingView.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So look at the full moon. You have your crescent, new moon. Look at new moon, dump, full moon, pump.
That's crazy.
Right? Okay. So it's a real thing. It gives it some validity, right? So here's my thing is I think we pump possibly. So this moon, this full moon that we're having is called the buck moon. And we all know what bulls do, right? They buck, right? Bucking bull. So I'm wondering how long it's going to continue to push like this. I'm in massive profits on SXT right now. But generally, after the full moon, you get that pullback, and it's all downhill from there until the new moon, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it doesn't have to mean like all the way back down to where it started, but I'm thinking more like traditional, like maybe halfway possibly.
yeah, and that's a normal correction. Like
Yeah,
with SXT, for instance, it'll come back down to 0.085, right?
I'm definitely going to be looking to buy more at that price for sure.
I agree. And
Oh,
here's
wow. Yeah, I just checked it today. It's up like 44%. Dude, you had a great call with that. I'm not going to lie.
much better than XRP, right?
Yeah, those returns are good.
Yeah. And that's the rhetoric that I'm trying to say is like the market cap is so high on XRP, like it just takes a lot. And then with Ripple dumping on XRP constantly, it makes it very hard for it to move up. And that's the whole purpose of Ripple holding 44% of the supply is to keep it less volatile. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm at with it. Okay. But this is very low market cap. It's very low supply. It's brand new. It just hit a nice bottom. Boom, and we bought it, and we're looking good on it, right? Beautiful
Yeah.
returns. Can't complain, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing is, one of two things is going to happen here, and I think the latter is what's going to happen. Either we're going to start pulling back tonight because of the full moon cycle, and we get that retracement back, that healthy correction, or we continue pumping. I think we do get some correction, but I think it's going to be more of consolidation than correction. And
Yeah.
if that, and I'll tell you why. And dude, I'm leaning towards alt season, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm leaning towards it. And I mean, that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because we talked about the scenario of the mega cycle that alt
Yeah,
season
yeah.
would potentially need to be pushed off for a while and basically
Yeah.
not happen this year,
Yeah.
which is speculative. We don't really know. But
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards we're moving towards alt season. Let me pull this up real quick. So look at the alt season index. You see it right here? We have moved over this line. We were like right here. We've come
Yeah.
this far over, and that's what I've been waiting to see is for it to come over here and be right about there. Because once it gets to like the middle, it's just going to slam over into this side like really quickly. So
Yeah.
I want to see this hold here, but I'm starting to accumulate. I'm starting to accumulate
Yeah.
again. I'm getting there. But here's the thing is ISO has nothing to do with crypto, but nobody really knows
Yeah.
that. So
I think it's more people are just gonna FUD into it on the 14th is what I think is gonna happen. But like in terms, it's like it's just an update, but that doesn't mean they need to switch to these coins on the 14th. So
exactly, but it'll create FOMO.
yeah.
It will create FOMO, which is great. We're going to catch that FOMO. I'm all about it. They will be our exit liquidity. Let it happen.
I think like I think altcoin season will probably last for the rest of the year, to be honest. I mean, I put Mega Cycle in the chat, but there are a couple things I would have to see for that because, like, let me just be clear. I think we pass like previous all-time highs. Like ADA, I think it could smash $3.10 easily. I don't think in the shortest time frame. I think for sure we're seeing new all-time highs on these top coins. Whether or not we continue past that, we'll have to see. So, I mean, you're definitely gonna have to watch the charts because we're just gonna have to see. I mean, I saw influencers switching their positions now. They're bull posting, they're talking about huge cycles. And usually when they start doing that, especially these bigger names, it's coordinated. And so I'm getting this feeling like, yeah, I think this year could be it. If we do see a super cycle, we're just gonna have to see what these charts do. Like if we get to all-time highs and we start to dump from there, I'm gonna be honest, I'd probably start telling everybody to take profits, but it's going to come down to charts because I mean we saw what happened to XRP last time where it went to 330 and dumped back down. This time I think will be the last one. If when it starts to move down this time, that'll probably be the last time before a bear market, and I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm thinking.
I think we move upward until September. Like
Yeah.
obviously there'll be some pullback in there, but that's if we're moving into all season.
Yeah.
But the tariff thing, there's it being delayed is what's causing a lot of this. But I also feel like maybe people are becoming desensitized because the news is
Yeah.
not good as far as tariffs go.
I think like the tariffs like on August 1st are for smaller countries because they've already made deals with the bigger countries. And Trump has already announced on August 1st, and the fact that people are already buying is kind of interesting. And I agree with you. I think, people don't really care anymore. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if come August 1st, people still don't care. So
or
that's
it's
a
a
real
bull trap,
possibility.
or it's the bull trap.
It's definitely a date to look at for sure. And you never know what type of deals get pulled off before then. uh but the fact that some of these larger countries have deals now is definitely a good sign to me, because those affect the market the most. And I don't know, I honestly I want a dip, a little bit of a dip, right? And normally nobody wants to say this, but I am looking to accumulate more in here around like a week or so, and I definitely don't want to be like, I'm gonna be really mad if we get 5 consecutive days of 10% gainers. It's like, I kind of want to accumulate more, and I think a lot of other whale investors will too. So I'm looking for these dips. I called the very bottom dip for everybody, like that's in my channels. But I'm very honest, like I think there's gonna be at least a couple more entry points. There kind of has to, because if you look at the chart, I don't really think we start really ripping to the upside until we pass some of these past highs or lower highs. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I'm definitely going to be looking out for these like entry points because I don't think they're going to stay there very long if we do get them. I mean, I've seen so many whales minting money today. It's like absolutely crazy. So,
Yeah. Real crypto bros love the dips.
yeah.
Real crypto bros do. But I think with ISO, and it's just been good crypto news and
Yeah.
then bad tariff news not affecting the market, and crypto week coming up. at the end of the month here, and then legislation coming in and getting passed. It's what's driving this, right? And obviously the
Yeah.
moon cycle too. But
Yeah.
it's like a perfect storm. Everything just lined up perfectly, which was great. It fell right within my timeline. I think I said I was like, I'm going to buy on the 9th and see what happens with tariffs. I bought on the 9th last night. We caught the pump. It lined up perfectly. It's kind of crazy how perfectly it lined up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I am still giving some validity to August 1st being a bit of a pullback. They tend to, when a big dip is about to come, allow things to run like this to get retail to FOMO in, so that when the whales pull out, they can pull out of the market at a much higher price. So I am expecting that pullback to happen, but I think overall we're probably pumping at least till September. And rate cuts, that's another big thing here is I think we get rate cuts in September, and that's probably what's going to fuel the God candles. Maybe we get them here in July, but I'm not really convinced. We shall see. What do you think?
I think July is still accumulation, just because we still have to break the last high of XRP, which is 330, right? I mean, ADA needs to go back. Bitcoin is in free zone, but Bitcoin is Bitcoin. So I think overall, even if we dip come August 1st, I'm gonna buy that dip for sure. Like any dips we get now, I'm buying every single dip.
Agreed.
And I think this is what I've been saying could probably happen, and now it's happening. But at the same time, I was posting and this is a good example. I posted in my group and on my Snapchat story and everywhere the last red candle that you can see on your screen right there, kind of at the bottom of the moon. I told everybody to get in right there, and nobody did. Okay, few people did, but everybody waited, right? And then I posted today about the absolute candles we got, and everybody was asking me about is now a good time to get in. And I don't want people to buy the tops because you need to buy the reds. When you buy the greens, you get terrible entries, and then there's for sure going to be more entry zones. I would be honestly shocked if there's not going to be more entry zones because, it has to follow pattern charts. So I think July, at least the first couple weeks, is going to be accumulation. I think it's going to be a big accumulation though. And I'm also interested to see how everything plays out regulation wise because, I was very biased when I said that we were going to get regulation sooner than later. And I think we will. Based off what I'm seeing, I wasn't expecting Brad Garlinghouse to talk in front of the U.S. Senate. I think that went well. I mean, just seeing the senators kind of argue and most of these crypto CEOs being professional, I think that put a pretty bad light on the senators on that note. And I was very happy with how that went. Originally, I'm going to be honest, I thought Brad Garlinghouse is going to talk because the market pumped the day before. I thought this is going to be one of those, pump, buy on the news, or I mean, sorry, buy on the rumors, sell on the news, right?
Right.
And I thought for sure when he talked that it was going to go south and we were going to dump. So I was surprised to see that it actually went up. And I think it was because, he talked about XRP being used for payments, which was a big question that was hanging around the corner. And the fact that that's now for sure, I think a lot of people are going to FOMO in. But I think besides just July overall, the whole world is now looking at crypto. It's every single company. And I was talking about this with my dad. I don't think, and I think a lot of these younger people, especially the ones that bought Bitcoin early, they're in a dilemma right now. Do I sell or do I hold? Because right now you're in a position where if you sell your Bitcoin, a institution is coming up to buy your Bitcoin at any dip you give them, which means there's a risk of you never being able to buy in at that price again. And I think that FOMO is carrying heavily. And I think that a lot of these countries are now FOMOing in because you see day after day companies announcing they're going to buy Bitcoin with their treasuries, and it's causing huge FOMO. And we've never seen worldwide FOMO like this before, ever. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. But people are going to be slow. And I think overall, these dips are going to be generational because you're going to get so many opportunities to add to your portfolio. And as long as you're paying attention, you're signed up for the subscription that you have, you'll know when it's time to sell and you'll know when it's time to buy, and there's a lot of money to be made, and especially on the way back down. I mean, I can't even get into that right now because the higher we go, the easier it will be to make money on the way down.
Oh yeah.
That's something else to think about, because if we go super super high and we break new all-time highs, that'll be the easiest shorts of a lifetime right there.
Yep.
But if you're not paying attention, you're not going to catch those. And I'm honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm more excited to short the market at the end of this bull run than I am on the way up.
Yes,
And
sir.
I have this weird feeling that I'm going to make more money on the way down than I will on the way up because of how easy it is going to be to short. It's so much easier to know when we're about to dip. So
Yep.
much easier because you'll get like that double top like we saw last time. And I think there's going to be a couple fake outs. I think there's going to be a couple times where we get double tops and then break higher, but you're going to be able to know for sure, and the sentiment is going to change and you're going to tell. I would also say track the big whale wallets too, because whatever they do is a pretty strong indication. I wouldn't wait for retail.
Right.
Waiting for retail is a bad idea. You want to watch, and dude, they're free. There's
Yeah.
You can track wallets, you can even track when people open long positions, all of it. So pay attention.
Whalewatcher.com.
Yep.
Yep.
I think it's going to be easy money. I wouldn't say easy money, but it's definitely easy money. And I think for right now, as long as everybody's paying attention, this is definitely going to be probably, I would say, and again, I could be a little bit biased, but I think we could see one of the largest runs we've had before, just because everybody's FOMOing, everybody's talking about Bitcoin, banks are talking about Bitcoin. I mean, they were talking trash about it not even 3 months ago. So,
That's what
I
has
mean,
me
which kind of
worried.
also, yeah,
That's what has me
yeah,
worried, man. Because I'm like, the reverse psychology in it. When the institutions are telling
yeah.
you something, they're doing the opposite. So
And they're doing it for profit too.
yeah, totally,
I mean,
totally.
they would never touch Bitcoin within a million years, if they didn't know for sure retail was going to flood in. So, I mean, it's legislation. I mean, you even saw, Warren was talking about we need to ban politicians from trading crypto. And I mean, I thought it was a little bit hypocritical because they all trade stocks and we know that they manipulate with stocks. So I was like, well,
Well, they're
with
trying to
that
take that
logic,
away too.
yeah. And I mean, I'm just saying she built a lot of her wealth with it too. So, I would just say, we're always talking about retail coming out on the short end side of this, but I think it's mostly because they're too lazy to get educated. Because
Yeah,
if you were educated and you didn't just look at your phone and you didn't look at your news, the news is news, right? An event happens and then it's broadcasted on the news, which means you're too late. By the time you're hearing about it, it's already happened.
hmm
So that's, I think, the biggest. I think a lot of people are also going to get wrecked this cycle because of how high it's going to go. And we're going to break new all time highs. And people are, I think it's great to be conservative, but I'm going to have my stop losses. Like, I will have my stop losses. That's for sure.
I don't do stop losses, man. I know where it's gonna
I'm going
go.
to inch them up, you know,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about like if we break all time highs and we continue to send, I'll
Oh
just be
yeah, yeah,
inching
yeah.
my stop loss up. Like more like that, because once you're past all-time highs, there's nothing to chart off of. So
There
it's free.
is.
I
There
mean,
is. It's psychological numbers. 007, 555, 666, so on and so forth.
I
123. It's always
what's your thoughts
psychological
on
numbers.
people were talking about Bitcoin was going to go to 50K. I don't know if you saw like all the James Wynn posts where he's talking about shorting Bitcoin. He got completely wrecked. And
Yeah.
I think I was looking at it. I saw Bitcoin 115,000, 116,000. I was like, there's no way this is the top, right? Like, it's such an odd number. They're going to be targeting things like 130, 150,
120
like,
maybe, 125.
yeah.
Yeah,
But,
psychological numbers.
I think we could see more, though. I think 250. I think we could see 250 just because of the fact of like institutions are still buying, they're still raising capital, they're still moving investments around. And as long as they keep buying and BlackRock keeps buying, people are going to continue to FOMO in. So,
Here's the thing
you
is
know,
the US hasn't even created the Bitcoin reserve yet. There's no Bitcoin
that's
reserve.
true. Yeah.
So
So,
that could potentially take it up to those high numbers when that happens. Because But at the same time, buy the rumor, sell the news, people believe that it exists now. So when it comes out that it's like,
Yeah.
oh, we have it, they're going to be like, I thought we already had it kind of thing. And it's like, oh shit, sell the news. You know what I mean? Who knows? But I'm kind of leaning the other direction, and I'm conservative, right? And I think it's smart
Yeah.
to not be greedy. Greed is what will burn you in this market, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we want to see those crazy numbers. Keep a moon bag for that, you know? But at the same time,
100%.
as it's going up, be taking those profits, buying the dips, and putting it back in if that's what you fancy, or hold it and wait to buy in the smart money entry zone all the way at the bottom after the bull run. But if you're greedy, you're going to get burned. And I'm worried, like we talked about, that one, either Bitcoin just doesn't really lose dominance, and this is the simul cycle, the unicycle, and everything will move with it, but
Yeah.
we don't actually get that alt season. And
Which at that, yeah.
and then the other thing is like you said, the all-time highs, everything hitting all-time highs. I don't know. I do know that there is trillions sidelined right now, and of those trillions, I think they're starting to move back in. I think what it was like 9 billion or 900 billion. Somebody said in the chat earlier, went into Bitcoin alone today.
Yeah.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of money. And that's an indication that money is starting to unsideline, which is great. Yeah. But the all-time highs, I'm worried that we don't actually see that because the liquidity is more spread out. If we don't lose Bitcoin dominance, then most of it stays in Bitcoin and doesn't disperse. And if it does, there's more projects than there's ever been. So it's going to be spread out more vastly.
Yeah.
So do we see those all-time highs? Because there is more people into crypto, and I seen an article that there's like so many thousands of new wallets that have been created, but how many of those wallets are just other, crypto bros that just opened another wallet, right? And
Yeah.
the percentage of people in crypto is not much more than what it was last cycle. And this cycle, we didn't get a stimulus check handed out to everybody. So I'm worried that we don't see those all-time highs, and that everyone's going to be expecting that much bigger pump. And I believe that is the rhetoric that's being fed on purpose to keep people from selling too early, because somebody has to lose. So that's why I'm like, take profits, make it real. Otherwise it isn't. And if it keeps going from there, you'll have your moon bag and you'll continue to make money. And, no one's ever going to be able to call the exact top, right? One's, and once we get into those all-time highs, nobody's going to know where that new top is at. We're literally doing that with Bitcoin right now. We don't know where it's going to be. So unless you're taking profits, you're going to get burned, because when it does, all these things break, they drop very quickly. It's almost instantaneous. So be careful. And looking at, like the past, and looking at the amount of people that are into crypto and the amount of liquidity that's available to it, it's a little alarming that the rhetoric is crazy new all-time high mega cycle, but nothing really indicates that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a narrative to me.
I think the main thing for me is that usually narratives is what happens. And I think more people are investing. And I also think the people who invested last time are investing even more. And the reason why I'm thinking that is because the Solana trenches, Pump.Fun extracted so much money. And now they just announced they're making another token, right? So I don't like the fact they're making another token, but that just shows how many people are actually buying it. Because hold up, if we're being told retail is gone, then why does Pump.Fund decide, they're launching a token, so they obviously know. I think it's interesting because the trenches have been getting revived lately, which is interesting because it seems to me like I think this time around, what could initiate past all-time highs is the fact that new people who have never been in crypto before are getting into crypto, right? I mean, we're sitting at Bitcoin all-time highs and barely any retail is in it right now, besides for ADA. I know ADA is mainly held by retail right now, but besides ADA, there's not a lot of retail in the market right now. So to see these prices shows not only how many more people there are, but also more people are educated. And I think that, this, excuse me, this drop when we start to go down is going to be quicker just because more people are educated.
Yeah. And, a lot of people bought at the end of the cycle last season and
Yeah.
accumulated just like I did. So they're just waiting for the moment to sell. I am.
Yeah.
I've been living off of this stuff. You know what I mean? Everybody that keeps
Yeah.
FOMOing in, they're my exit liquidity.
I think a lot of people are also still trapped. I think a lot of people, they held their XRP when they bought it at the top at 330. And I actually have a feeling that once we pass 330, they'll continue to hold. I feel like we could go to even $4 or $5 XRP and they won't sell, right? Or we could go to $8 XRP, they won't take any profits, and they'll ride that dip again and again and again.
They'll buy it.
So I think that's also, yeah. I am on that train with XRP, but I'm seeing it more as I'm going to be leaving a moon bag, right? In case they decide to use Ripple for bank transfers, I'm going to have my XRP in there so that way I don't miss out.
Oh,
However, am I going to leave everything in and just watch it go back down from $8 all the way to like 250 because it's like, they applied for their banking license, but we don't know when that's going to get approved. So,
or if it does, they could
yeah.
say, "Oh, you guys are criminals. You broke the law. No banking license for you."
I think it's interesting though. I don't know if you watched the way that the Senate was talking, but it seemed like the senators didn't even really care about the whole event that happened with Ripple. It seems like that wasn't even a point of discussion, which was interesting. I mean, they were just saying it's not a security, and they were talking about what defines securities. But like Ethereum, and I don't know if you looked into this from last time when I mentioned this, but there's a big company that said that if XRP ends up getting ruled as a security, Ethereum will. And I mean, Trump's largest holdings are in Ethereum. So I just have a feeling that there's going to be also biased rulings on that as well. So that's why I think it's just going to pass through and nothing's going to happen. But I would still approach with caution. But I just think so many rich and wealthy people have their money in Ethereum to where it's like they're just not going to let it be classified as security. And, that's one thing we're all agreed with Senator Warren on is she's right. They're just going to make regulation that is pro crypto, and it's like just enough regulation to where it can get used and adopted, but not overstepping regulation to where it's still they can do what they want. And I think she's right about that. I think that's how it's going to happen, right? Like they're going to get regulation to say there's regulation, but is it really going to be regulation? I don't really think so. So, I mean, they did it with the derivatives market, and I just have a feeling that that's what's going to play out, and I could be wrong, but I think we are going to get regulation, but I don't think it's going to be over the top regulation. And I think a lot of people are vocal about that. I mean, Bitcoin is decentralized. There's crypto that's decentralized, so it's like I don't really see how the government can really come in here and make regulation. I mean, they can criminalize people within their own country, but in any other country it doesn't. And somebody brought that up. So it's like if the United States cares about securities, but China doesn't care about securities, it's still going to pump the coins, it's still going to pump the projects, right? And they'll innovate on that side, and that's what they were talking about.
Well,
if
the issue is that the U.S. is the biggest market for crypto, has the most capital into it, so that's why it kind of follows. Everything kind of follows suit with it. So that's why everyone's looking to what is the U.S. going to do, because that's what's really driving the train here, you know?
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, like regulation wise? You think they're gonna actually go over the top on it, or do you think, you're more leaning to what Senator Warren said, where it's gonna be regulation, but just enough for them to kind of still do what they've been doing?
I think that with the regulation, it's going to evolve over the years, over the next 5 years, and even more. Things have to also still get passed. Like no regulation is actually passed and is a law yet.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of
I
people don't understand that. They know that the House or the Senate voted or whatever, and they think that that's it, and they don't understand how anything works.
Yeah.
So really, we have nothing still, and I think that the regulation is going to be just enough to pacify, to get the banks to be on board with it, and to make people feel like it's safe when it really isn't. And the billionaires are going to use it as a way to extract from the population. And I think that's more or less what we get from it. And then over the years, it actually becomes regulated, actually becomes adopted, actually becomes, all these things that we're speculating about cryptocurrency. But I think we're just too early.
Mhm. And like I said, like obviously I'm a little bit biased. I think it's gonna come pretty soon here. But that's why I said, like, if it is later, I'll be taking my profits, but I'll always have a moon bag. Like that's the safest route you can play here, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how many people believe about, how deep XRP goes, but it's like your best option is to leave a moon bag and take profits on these highs. I mean, I like that's really the only thing we really can do at this point. And I was honestly shocked because the way that, even the administration has been talking about regulation, when I was watching the Senate talk to these crypto people, I was like, they don't even have anything ready yet. Like they were arguing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the other thing is I feel like they're going to use it to pump the market as well. Because I honestly think the rumor or the speculation of regulation is honestly a greater pump to the market than regulation actually being passed. Like, I don't know if I'm wrong about that, but I just have this feeling that the longer they drag out that regulation is coming, the longer they can get people to hold the tokens, not sell, and keep buying. Is
Exactly.
the way that I think that's what they're doing.
And just keep, and it won't run too high, but just enough to keep inching up while they take profits, and people just keep putting into it, buying the dips, and then eventually it'll all come crashing down. It
Yeah,
has
I
to.
mean,
It's a bubble.
or on the other hand, I mean, we talked about this last time. There's the theory that the institutions never sell their Bitcoin, which is another thing that could happen. So we'll just have to see what route they take. But I think it's gonna be interesting to play out. But like as of right now, there's definitely good money making opportunities for sure.
Oh,
And
100%.
the fact that we're talking about what could happen is how you make the money, because you have to pre-think about all of the scenarios that could play out and then watch the charts and keep along with the news. I mean, we were talking about the fact, what was it, when I was on a couple weeks ago, we were like, yeah, it's going to dip a little bit more and then it's going to go back up, and that's exactly what happened. But unless you were actually paying attention to it, you didn't catch this. And I know for a fact a lot of people bought XRP probably an hour ago after it pumped all day because,
Right.
they got home from work and they saw their phone all-time highs. And it's actually crazy because everybody buys on the all-time high notifications. And I
Yeah.
saw so many crypto influencers make videos about that today. They were talking about how the reason why they think we might see a larger cycle is because a lot of people, they'll have their meme coins watch listed on their phone, but until they breaks or even passes all-time highs, nobody's, a lot of retail isn't going to buy.
Yeah, they're
And
buying
it's
pumps, not
interesting.
dips.
Yeah.
And those are exit liquidity. They're the people that are frustrated and they're like, why can't I make any money?
It's interesting. I don't know if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto 5, but the
Of
way that it works
course.
with the stocks in that game is you only buy the stocks that are in the red.
Yeah.
You don't buy the ones that are up. So it's like it's been like common knowledge this whole time. And I don't know when that's going to get in people's head that red is when you buy and green is when you sell. Like it's always how it's going to work. Like
Right.
I started when I first got into meme coins, I was buying the pumps, and then I switched it when I got better, and I learned these things, and I wait for the larger corrections, right? I don't buy the small dips. I wait for the large corrections, and that's what we just had, and this is why more education needs to be put out. And I kind of like the what Brad Garlinghouse is doing with the education that they're like pushing forward. He's very heavy on that. So I think he's trying to get on the good side, which he kind of has to, obviously, if he wants like his, if he wants Ripple to be adopted. And he's kind of playing this game with senators where it's like, yeah, we want regulation. But I was watching it, and a lot of these companies don't really care. Like, let's be honest. Somebody was, I forget what company it was called, but they were talking about how they help law enforcement catch, illegal activities over the crypto network. All these people, they have their bags packed. That is for sure. And this distill of safety is crazy. The stock market is in a way no different. They tell everybody to buy their 401ks, and they get millions and millions of Americans to purchase into their 401ks year and year on end, and then they tell them to exit, on their, when they retire. But every single year, these people are buying into the S&P 500, and the wealthy extract and sell the S&P 500 on all the highs, and then all these people who are working are gradually creating, like, they're pumping the S&P 500. It's getting pumped gradually over time, and everybody who's working is pumping it. And the method is you sell on the highs, and you have all these people. I honestly think if you went through your own investing, you'd actually have more at the end of retirement than you would with a 401k.
Yep.
Because there's so many rules on when you can sell in a 401k. It's not really even your money. I mean, you don't have custody over it. And you even, on top of the taxes you have to pay for 401ks, there's actually a fee to take your money out of the 401ks. So you're actually losing even more money. And it's the same. I don't think crypto or stocks, I don't think it's ever going to be a difference, right? The smart people are always going to get the end of the bag. Like, they're going to buy the red, they're going to sell the green. And I think a lot of people are also going to leave the stock market and get into crypto because they're going to be told that it's like the new thing, and they're going to buy these tops because they don't know anything about it. And I mean, even JD Vance said, 100 million Americans are going to go own Bitcoin before the end of this year. They're already putting it in front of people. Like, that's the plan. So it's like, well, yeah, 100 million people owning Bitcoin, but it's like at some point Bitcoin is going to have a correction. That's how it's always going to be.
Right. And they're going to be holding it,
yeah.
They're going to be holding it, stuck with it. That's what he's really saying there.
Yeah. I would compare the S&P 500 to Bitcoin at this point. It's not.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I want to run back to what you were saying about 401ks, right? And how you said that you could make more money by trading it yourself, right?
Yeah.
So, you're young, you probably don't know this. Maybe you have a 401k, maybe you don't. And chat, if you're listening, this is your 401k hack. All right. Trade at your own risk, do your own research. Okay. But this is how I was able to, not only because I made a lot of money and I invested like every dime I ever made, but, you can actually borrow against your 401k. So whoever holds your 401k, whether it be principal or whatever it is, you send them a message and you take a loan out on your 401k. And it's not taxable because it is debt, right? You take that loan out, okay, and you can trade with that loan. And I believe you can borrow up to like 50% or more of your 401k and use it to trade. And you can actually default on that loan. Now, if you do, you will have to pay taxes on that amount and it'll be liquidated from your 401k. But if you make the payments through trading, you can take that money and leverage trade with it, even if it's just, 2x, 5x, 10x. I mean, be careful, but you can 100x trade that thing if you're good with it, and you could make ridiculous amounts of money. This is how I was able to retire at age 37. Now, obviously, also because I bought smart and I bought, crypto, which is a high risk, but I understood how the cycle worked and I knew what I was doing. So it wasn't really high risk for me. Buying right now was high risk. And I wouldn't even say right now so much. It just depends on what you're buying. Buying something like XRP is high risk right now because it's above $2. It's above $1, which makes it high risk. But looking at SXT, look at how low risk it is. It's done nothing but dropped. So even with this pump right now, let's say you bought the green candle today with SXT and you're one of those green candle buyers and it does pull back. Eventually it's done nothing but a downtrend. It's ready for an upward movement. It's going to go up. I'm thinking at least 10, 11 cents it's going to hit. So even if you bought right now at 8 cents, you're going to make it to 10. And I think if we go into alt season on this thing, we could see dollars, like literally dollars. So this is one of those instances where you could buy the green candle because the green candle is confirmation that it's broken out of its downward trend in the more long-term scale. So, yeah. But yeah, you want to buy red candles. But I was just clarifying that because everyone's situation is different, right? But I would say with SXT, if you really look at it here, it's kind of a double or a triple bottom. It's a double bottom right here, right? It's a double bottom. And what you do with that is you buy it after it breaks the neckline, which it did last night or right before. And then that's confirmation that it's going to play out. And it did. So you can buy green candles and still make money. It's just, you might have to hold a little longer. We got to be careful what we're telling people because there is different strategies for sure. I just want to clarify on that. And if you're,
I was talking more about like what we've seen like last 3 weeks. Obviously now it's different, but
right. So we're getting a turnaround in the market. So things are starting to turn around, which is great. That's what we've been looking for. I've been waiting to find the bottom on SXT, for instance, but look at the percentage returns on SXT compared to XRP. That's the rhetoric I'm trying to teach people is that yes, XRP has the narrative behind it. It has the FOMO behind it. It will do things, but this is going to outperform it every time. And it has better utility and it doesn't have Ripple holding a massive amount of the supply dumping on you every month. Just saying. Do I think XRP can do all the things that they say it's going to do and be mass adopted? It could, but I think you have a better opportunity here. That's all I've been trying to say. So anyway, I'd love
to see that 57x on SXT.
Dude, I hope it does 100x. And it could potentially
100x.
If we do like alt season and we're getting like everything that you're saying that you want to come from alt season, this could potentially do 200x.
Especially because nobody knows about it yet.
Right. And it starts moving like that, it's going to bump up and be on everyone's radar. And with its utility, people are going to be like, oh, what's the utility on this? And they're going to be like, oh, I want that. So we're just too early, which is what you want to be. You want to be too early. Anyway, brother, thank you for coming on, man. I'm going to get back into the news here. We only got about 30 minutes for me to cover a couple more articles here and stuff. So I appreciate you coming on. I'll tell you, I'm not always right, but I told you so. I told you so.
Yeah, SXT is great, bro. I'm up like 44%. So, glad. I'll definitely be adding more to it. And
that's the plan, is to help, because imagine if you'd only been focused on XRP. Where would you be right now? You'd be up 5%.
Yeah, I mean 5% is still great
Oh yeah, for sure, dude.
turns, but
Any percentage return is great, you know, but also at the same time,
44%, yeah.
you'd been on the rhetoric of I'm just going to hold it forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's money to be made in a bunch of other things, and I mean, most people make around less than 44% in a single year on the stock market. So to make that within a couple of weeks already that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see you doing well, and glad to have you on, man. You're always welcome, like I've told you. Not tomorrow though, because I have another guest. But I appreciate you, brother, and have a good night,
All
man.
right, you too, bro.
All right, that's Josh. Josh, jump in the chat so that people can follow you. Some of the chat wanted to follow you. I don't know what your social media is or whatever. So if you want to throw that in the chat for everybody, I forgot to ask you to shout it out. My bad. But yeah, follow Josh. He's an upcoming creator here in the space, and we encourage that. I want to, instead of reaching up and trying to grab people to pull myself up, I want to reach down and pull other people up with me. All right. Ikme, Double O, are you still there on Twitch? You had asked, what do you recommend I buy? Not financial advice, but the recommendation is SXT. I don't necessarily know, and it's not a recommendation. But what I'm telling you is SXT has the potential to do so much more than XRP could ever do. All right. It's very low market cap, very low supply, and its utility is one of a kind, and it's brand new. It's only been out since May 8th. These are the kind of projects you want to look for. Okay. XRP's market cap is already so high, and everyone's saying, oh, market cap doesn't matter and stuff. That's all speculative. Okay. Maybe tomorrow Brooke will prove otherwise to me. But for right now, this is going to give you everything that you're hoping for from XRP. This is going to give you so much better returns. That's all I'm saying. Big Baller says Pudgy Penguin and Fartcoin are printing money. Hell yeah. Simulcycle because meme coins are pumping with Bitcoin. Josh says, I'll be here for Brooke. I know, right? I'm hoping that Brooke can turn me straight, you know? I want her to convince me. I really do. I want to believe. I'm not one of those where I am locked in on my rhetoric, but I want to believe, but I need facts. And I'll tell you what, if anyone's got the facts, it's going to be her. Josh and Elon Musk have tried. They have tried desperately. Still not there, though. This is not a news source, buddy. I'm just messing with you. You and Brooke are doomsday preps. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that, too. We're going to talk about living in the pod, eating the bugs, prepping. We're going to talk about XRP. It's going to be a great show tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be our greatest show of all time. XRP, space and time. Yes. Space and time. Crypto Pro says, let's go hunting. I do like to go hunting, but not with people that may or may not like me. Big Baller says he's warming up people. Good news. Yeah. We need to get this live to 1 million likes tomorrow. Agreed. Just tomorrow, everybody get your like machine out. We're going to pump the likes to 1 million likes. $20 is $20. XRP has been replaced, just not telling us. Yes, XRP is probably going to be replaced by Circle. In my opinion, Circle is more prominent, more trusted. USDC is more used. XRP Ledger is not even being used, whereas USDC is in use, and it's number 2 with Tether, right? So, and I think Tether could possibly be delisted, so it could potentially be number 1. I lean more towards Circle. Josh TV says, whoa, I'm in enemy territory. No, it's not that, man. I mean, I do think XRP can do phenomenal things, but I think a lot of the rhetoric is misinformation. USDC and USDT feed on meme coins, says Crypto Pro. Well, USDC, I don't know if you saw the news about it, but Circle is in direct competition with the XRP ledger. And it's more likely to be mass adopted because it doesn't have the what do you call it? The injunction on it. We will see. Yeah, obviously a lot of this is speculative. But you know, I'm looking at the psychology of things, and it just seems like the XRP maxis are too tunnel vision and are having trouble zooming out and seeing the big picture. It's an ecosystem. David Schwartz at the convention himself said it out of his own mouth that XRP was not this end all be all one currency, and that's what it's going to be, that it is an ecosystem. And I do believe that Ripple will hold its place, but XRP is not Ripple. And I believe XRP will hold its place as well, but I think that the projection and the placeholder that everyone has set for it, the bar is a little bit high. I think it's a lot high, actually. And Crypto Pro says, but the banks will just make stable coins. They already are. Exactly. Let me tell you this. Stable coin transfer fees are going to be the new overdraft fee. That's where we're headed. TikTok seller, thank you for the 8 roses. Big baller, thank you for the club cheers. Revolution, thank you for the donut. Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragons, thank you for the flex heart. And Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Daniel, thank you for the heart me as well. Let's get there's 200 stable coins. I agree. And there's more to come. More to come. Jesus, thank you for the heart me and the heart flex. Appreciate you. All right, let's get into the news. We've got a little bit of time. We'll probably run over a little bit today. So yeah, this is new ledger upgrades. So the ledger is looking to do smart contracts like Ethereum, which is great. This is a great thing right here. Love it. All right, and we'll see. XRP is adopting, well, not adopting. Ripple is adapting, but XRP and Ripple are not the same thing. Jesus, thank you for the star goggles. Appreciate you so much, man. I will see you in class on Sunday. Don't forget, we have one more spot for the TA class if you're interested in signing up. There are a couple of people on that list that have, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to sign up, but nobody has confirmed that spot yet. So if you want to get into the TA class, there's one spot left. And if you missed the first class, no big deal. They're recorded. If you get into the class, I will send you the recording. Okay? All right.
Is privacy crypto's last stand? Industry experts on the legal battles ahead. With financial surveillance expanding and global regulators eyeing stricter controls, crypto advocates are warning that the fight for digital privacy is entering a critical phase. On the latest episode of the Clear Crypto podcast, Peter Van Valkenburg, executive director of Coin Center, described the current moment as a tipping point. Crypto and politics. The stakes have just gotten higher in DC, not necessarily uniformly better, he said, pointing to a political climate where crypto has become both more mainstream and more polarizing. You've got maybe more partisan discussions, more boosters for the tech that are sometimes maybe foolishly boosting things that they shouldn't be boosting, and more detractors from the tech who think that it's nothing but scams and corruption, and therefore needs to be outlawed. Founded in 2014, Coin Center has long served as an independent voice in crypto policy circles. At that time, lawmakers were beginning to have questions about Bitcoin. There's no corporation you can call up that is Bitcoin, that can explain the good answers to you that are unbiased and untarnished. So Coin Center was stood up, for the purpose of being a trusted voice to explain this to members of Congress who are thinking about making laws. Regulation limitations. He emphasized the organization's narrow mission, defending the rights of developers and users to publish code and run decentralized networks. You should regulate people who are trusted in this space, but you should also not overregulate people who are just developing the technology and allowing people to make peer-to-peer transactions. Those transactions, he warned, are increasingly at risk from global financial surveillance regimes. When the U.S. Treasury says you need to collect all this information about your customers, it will often also go to an international organization like the Financial Action Task Force, and say every other country needs to collect all this private information, he said. Related, U.S. Clarity Bill could allow Tesla and Meta to evade SEC rules, Senator Warren. Van Valkenburg also highlighted the importance of privacy-enhancing technologies like zero-knowledge proofs. We have to build them with zero knowledge built in, he said, warning that without change, identity will become useless, because we'll never know if we're dealing with a real person or a bot who just purchased your driver's license on a dark market. For Van Valkenburg, privacy is more than a technical challenge, it's a cultural one. Crypto is our best hope of building a new internet and a new way of interacting online that's more personal and less depersonalized. To hear the complete conversation on the Clear Crypto podcast, listen to the full episode on Cointelegraph's podcasts page, Apple Podcasts or Spotify. And don't forget to check out Cointelegraph's full lineup of other shows. Magazine. U.S. risks being front-run on Bitcoin reserve by other nations, Samson Moe.
Jesus, thank you for the Sparks level up. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's see if we can get the bounce speakers. Who's got me with the bounce speakers?
Coinbase partners with Perplexity AI for real-time crypto prices. On Thursday, the CEO of Coinbase Global, Nasdaq, Coin, Brian Armstrong, announced a partnership with Perplexity, an AI-powered search engine that answers users' questions with cited, real-time data pulled from the web. According to Armstrong, the move will integrate the crypto exchange's market data into Perplexity's large language model, LLM, further connecting AI and crypto, and helping users make more informed decisions about digital assets. Source: Brian Armstrong. The partnership is being rolled out in 2 stages. Starting Thursday, Perplexity will pull market data from Coinbase, including from its Coin 50 index, to power market analysis in Perplexity's new Comet browser. The next step, which is expected soon, will see responses to user queries linked to Coinbase market data, providing a direct connection between Perplexity's interface and Coinbase. AI bots could execute trades and manage portfolios. As LLMs continue to reshape how users search for information online, Coinbase's partnership with Perplexity aims to give users a journey between their crypto questions and the Coinbase terminal. The partnership also sets the stage for further integration between AI chatbots and crypto exchanges. For the time being, Perplexity will show market data and prices sourced from Coinbase. However, as the integration matures and LLMs evolve, Perplexity and other AI chatbots could fulfill crypto orders, rebalance portfolios, and manage staking and yield, transforming a basic queue and a window into a full-service trading desk. While this degree of integration between AI chatbots and crypto hasn't come to fruition just yet, Coinbase is moving fast in that direction. Back in August 2024, Armstrong wrote that LLMs should have crypto wallets. A few weeks later, he oversaw the first crypto transaction managed entirely by AI bots. Related, Coinbase unlocks off-exchange settlement for institutions amid high demand. Perplexity AI's valuation grows as LLM race heats up. Perplexity was founded in San Francisco in August 2022 by Aravind Srinivas, a former researcher at OpenAI, and quickly gained a large following from users who appreciated the chatbot's focus on pulling real-time information. While Perplexity's current user count is unknown, in an interview in January 2024 with Bloomberg Technology, Srinivas said the platform had more than 10 million users. In contrast, OpenAI's ChatGPT has more than 800 million active weekly users, according to industry data. Since its founding, the company has raised more than $900 million in funding, including a Series B round backed by NVIDIA, Databricks, and NEA. At the end of 2024, Perplexity was valued at about $9 billion. News of the partnership with Coinbase comes just a day after Perplexity released Comet, a web browser with agentic AI tools that aims to compete with Google. In January of this year, Perplexity submitted a bid to merge with TikTok US. Magazine, Vitalik on AI Apocalypse, LA Times Both Sides KKK, LLM Grooming, AII.
All right. Coinbase. I know we don't like Coinbase, but what we just heard right now, that is awesome. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Off-chain verifications. Yeah, Coinbase is going to be massive. Okay, Base, all right? Base and Coin are going to be massive. Coinbase is the on-ramp and off-ramp for crypto. All right? Coinbase is about to get a new face. All right? I am very optimistic on what Coinbase is about to be doing and changing. It's been a bit wonky, but I think it gets better. DMAC, thank you for the heart me. Jesus, thank you for the bouncing speakers. Joe, thank you for the 10 club cheers. I appreciate it, guys. Let's see if we can get a whale. Can we get a whale diving? Who's a whale in here? How's it going, Neil? How you doing? Let's get a whale. Why don't we like Coinbase? Because it has expensive transaction fees, and it will sign you out when the markets are booming or dumping. It will freeze and pause, things like that. But it looks like those things are about to get fixed. What happens to Bitcoin, brah? That's kind of hard to say. We're in uncharted territory, but we kind of hit a double top here, and it looks like Bitcoin could potentially drop down to 114, maybe consolidate, and then drop back down to 111, which is where it was at. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't continue going up from there. DMAC, thank you for the heart me and the 4 popular votes. Yeah, we just have to we have to wait and see. But I think things go better. I think things continue to go up on this. What's going on with XRP? What's that showing? Let me take a look. I'll tell you what, SXT, baby. It's going up in 8 hours. Yeah, I think we need some time. XRP has got a doji candle on the 1 day. All right, it's looks like it's hit the top of that candle, 257. It'll probably find support there and continue up from there. It could come crashing down. There is a massive fair fair value gap at 248, 247. Weekend pullback incoming. That is possible. However, we have, we could continue up from there. I think overall we're going to be headed upward. But yeah, we could be looking at a possible reversal. Support is at 248, 248.5. That's where it could potentially fall back to. Fair value gap right here. So watch out for that. That was resistance and it blew right past it, which is a good sign. So we hit 259. 260 is a strong resistance zone, and then 265. If it goes past that, it's going to 280. All right, if we get past 265, we are going to 280 on XRP, and I think that that's a possibility. I think we're coming out of this downtrend. Obviously, there will be pullbacks. It's not going to be straight up, but the next couple weeks should be bullish. And that goes for everything. Do you see it dipping? Yes, it will dip somewhat at some point. I think it should. Healthy movement would say that it's coming back to 248. So if you're looking for a buy order, 249, 248, 247, somewhere in there, it should fall back down to, and it could potentially fall further. It could fall to 242. We would hope not, because then it could struggle getting back up and maybe not move as much. So it looks like the sentiment has changed and we're more optimistic about possible alt season. Yes, sir. Definitely. At least for the rest of the month, things should be up. But what did I tell you guys? I said somewhere between July 9th and July 12th was going to be the time, right? And look at what happened. We're literally right in there, baby. Also, remember, today is a full moon, okay? So we got the moon cycle pump. And if you don't believe me about the moon cycles, go into your trading view, click indicators, and type in moon. There is a moon phase, and it shows you the full moon and the new moon. And it is an indicator that can be used on TradingView. It is a real thing. All right. What's the DTC dominance chart at? So the altcoin season index, we're just over in starting to head into towards the middle. We just crossed over the threshold. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it cross over here. Now I want to see it hold. If it holds this, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong, baby. Thoughts on Amazon for a trade? We do crypto here, but if you were a subscriber, I would do it for you. Jesus says Ondo, please. Yes, sir. Ondo's looking good too. So Ondo is a double bottom here. Boom. See it? So Ondo is coming up to, I would say, 117 at the minimum to like 128, 130. And it could potentially go higher from there, but that's where it looks like it's going. Markets are still going. Let's go. I know, right? It's a buck moon. Okay. Bulls buck. This is the buck moon. So I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit more bullish. It may even pump in tomorrow. We shall see. All right. Buck moon. The bulls are bucking right now. Bitcoin hit a double top, but I think it breaks out from there. We shall see. It needs to get up here. Bitcoin needs to break its all-time high. Okay. Dej is a meme coin. No utility. And what's the possible time frame for that? September. It would be August, or excuse me, for Ondo, potentially by the end of this month, over the next 2 weeks. So within the next 2 weeks or so, could take a little bit longer. It really just depends on, do tariffs play a role? I think people are a bit desensitized. Solana, yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I got to deal with the subscribers first. But I'll tell you what, if you want priority, all you got to do is send the gift that I just pinned there if you want to get priority. Otherwise, I got to do the subscribers first. Can you give me your thoughts on Kita, please? What do you mean thoughts? Like my technical analysis, like utility on the coin? Oh, Bitcoin's pumping. And viewer description, I got you on Toncoin. Okay, give me just a second. Let me do Kita, KTA. Let's do KDA. Oh, I want to take a quick little look here at SXT. SXT is bouncing back. All right. Here's what's great. SXT is late to the game. So Bitcoin will pump and then this will follow after. So if you see Bitcoin pumping, you know that this one's about to pump too. All right, let me do Kita. Kita. How about some music? Kita. Kita looks like a double bottom here. I will tell you this, there's not much data, Mother of Dragons. It could potentially be a head and shoulders here and come back down, but I don't think so. I think the double bottom is probably more prevalent. That would send the price up to 92 cents to $1.08, $1.10. It could be like $1 too. It could go to like $1 or $1.03, but I would probably lean towards more like the $1.10. But it'll definitely do at least 89, 90 cents. All right, let me see here. Just got here. Nobody's talking much about Ondo or Algo thoughts. Well, we just did Algo and Ondo. They're both double bottoms. They're gonna pump. Toncoin. So Toncoin looks like descending channel,
Motherfucker, get money.
and it pumped. That's a hard read. But I guess it's kind of a double bottom here. It's a little out of structure. Let's say it is a double bottom. Let's say that this is the bottom and this is the bottom. It looks like it had like a diamond top right here and it came down and now it's in reversal. Let's call this a double bottom. All right. Let's say it is. So let's say it goes to like 380 to 390 on this one, potentially. But I'll tell you, this one is wonky. This one's wonky. Hard to say. But it is. Honestly, this one does not look good at all. I could be wrong because everything's pumping, but it hardly did anything. And it has a bear flag right here. That's a bear flag. That would send it down to $1.90, $1.80, maybe $2. Be careful on this one. This one's giving mixed signals. Do I like ICP? Yeah, Insane Clown Posse is pretty cool, man. I do like the Insane Clown Posse. I'm just messing with you, buddy. ICP is all right. It's a meme coin, though, right? Is there utility on it? All right, XCN. XCN kind of looks like a double bottom here as well. This was really the double bottom and it pumped already. We had a descending channel and it's going up from here. But let's just say this is a double bottom. That would take it to 0.017 to 0.018. And that's just if everything keeps pumping. It could potentially come down. And let's say if it did come down, I could see it going to 0.0105 to 0.011. Rate my portfolio. I hold XRP, Ondo, Algo, SXT, Pengu. I think you're doing all right, depending on when you bought. I think you got a nice little portfolio. If you're not holding more than $10,000, though, you're a bit diversified. BTC would be more a triple top if it stops right now. You're probably right. I believe you because I seen you're trading. I see you're in the class and you're on top of it, buddy. Come on, Bitcoin push. I think it will. If not, it could potentially spark alt season. We will break this high. Already had consolidation. I think you're right. I think it breaks. IOs. So we're running out of time, so IOs is going to have to be the last one unless you guys send gifts. So if you want to do, I haven't done yours yet, send the diving whale and I will stay later and I will do for every person that throws out the gift that is in the live goal. I'll continue to do the TA and I'll go as late as you guys want me to. So IOs, man, that one's out of structure for sure. Let's say this is an inverted head and shoulders. Man, Danny Gibson, you always give me the hard ones, man. Danny with the hard ones. New BTC all-time high right now. Let's call this a double bottom. Because let's say we're calling XRP a double bottom, okay? Same thing. If everything is pumping, I would say 155 to... or excuse me, 55 cents to 68 to 70 cents if it's pumping. Not 155. Okay, my bad. That's if it's pumping, which I think it is, because everything else is going to pump, but it really didn't move a lot with the market, which is concerning. Okay, that is concerning, the lack of movement it had. It does have a doji, a red doji candle. It double topped. I would say short term it's coming down to 0.03 or 0.335. I got you excited. My bad, buddy. My bad. I think it's actually could potentially come down. Short term though, I think it should. It could potentially come down, but if it does go up, I think it should see 39 cents. But in the macro, like over the next couple months, so like by September, either end of July, mid-August, September, it just depends on what tariffs do. It could, all these price points could get screwed up on August 1st. But if he extends the tariff thing again, expect it just to keep going. It's in Trump's best interest to keep the markets pumping. But this could be the pump right before the dump to keep it at least level, you know? All right. So it's 9 o'clock. So if anybody has any other anything they'd like me to look at, I see ICP, I see H-bar, I see MOG. If you want me to do those, send the diving whale, and I will do that for you. Mar Lopez, if you want me to do Solana, send the diving whale, or you can subscribe. But pretty much the show is over, but I will continue to go late. I'll give you guys a couple minutes and to send in the diving whale or a galaxy or something like that, and I'll continue to stay on. Thank you, Mother of Dragons, for all the gifts. TikTok seller, thank you for the 7 roses. DMAC, thank you for the 5 goats. DMAC, thank you for the 4 popular votes and the heart me. Much appreciated. Crypto Pro says just put a massive long on Bitcoin. Anything still worth longing? It depends on how long you plan on holding. I definitely think so. Danny Gibson, thank you for the whale diving. What did you want me to look at for you? Let me know what it is, and I will take care of that for you. I like the whale. The whale is so cool, and with, like, because whales are in crypto, right? So let me look at Solana for you. I appreciate you, Danny. I will go late, especially on days like this. You're going to need, like, that technical analysis and stuff. I didn't even go over all the news. Which was kind of lackluster stuff, nothing too crazy, which is good. We need to go over the crypto stuff. I will go late, but it's got to be it's got to be with gifts. Luckily, the staff is not in today, so I can go as late as I want. So as long as the gifts are coming in, I will continue to do this for you all night, guys. We can go into tomorrow. I will go 48 hours straight if you guys are sending the gifts like that, all right? That's how dedicated I am to you guys. That's how much I care about you guys. I understand that you guys need to go, but at the same time, it does help the show and pushing this stuff out. Let's call this a double bottom. It's not really. I'd say this is an inverted head and shoulders right here. So it should see at least 188.40 to 180. Actually, 179.64 on this one. It could potentially go higher if this is a double bottom, but right now it's a descending channel and it kind of pumped. It played that out, but it could, you know, over the next month or two continue to go from there. How much time you got per whale? One project per whale. I'll tell you what, guys. If you send a whale, I'll do 2 projects. If you send a galaxy, I'll do 1. How about that? But eventually I want to go to sleep, you know, and enjoy my life. I've been in front of the camera for the last 4 hours and I do the prep for the show before this. So I've been in front of this screen for 5 hours straight, no bathroom break, no nothing. So that's what you're paying for, is me going overtime, you know what I mean? So this could see 200. Solana could see $200, and because it's Solana, I think it does at least 220. All right, if we're going up, but hear this. All right, say this is a channel. Right, so it would hit there at like $2 or 200 to 210, right? Probably like 210, somewhere in there, and then come back down, and then could potentially go again. I think it does like 200 to 210. You see it? Boom, boom, and it could do another one, but I don't think so. It'll probably come down after that, and that would put us in October, November for that downward movement. Lines up with alt season, but it could do all-time high. It could do way more, but this is just based off the chart. This is where you would be taking profits at. Obviously keep a moon bag. Bro, I just sent you a Venom, killing it in poker. A Venom? What's a Venom? Oh, a Venmo. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Dude, I want to play poker with you, man. We need to do something. Like, obviously we're going to hang out next week, Big Baller, but and thank you, by the way. Thank you so much for the vacation, man. I'm going to actually be doing, I know, by the way, 50% of all donations sent for the entirety of this month through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will go to helping stop essaying and trafficking of children. So I'm still working on, I'm going to have by tonight, tomorrow, I will have it posted what it's going to be, because tomorrow's live is going to be magnificent with Rook Odyssey, and I want to make sure that people know where their money is going. But I always do my research and pick a good charity to give the money to, because I want to make sure that the money actually goes to the children that are being trafficked. Crypto Pro, tell you more, Peas. I will know tomorrow the name of the charity. I believe it's like the Tim Ballard Foundation. He's the guy that the movie The Sounds of Freedom was made after. But it's whatever his charity is, the Tim Ballard Foundation. Okay, I don't know if that's the name of what it's called. Do I have a mentorship for swing trading? Yes, I do. And what you, thank you, Run Up. What you do is send me a direct message, and I have a TA class every Sunday. It's an hour long. So sign up for the TA class. Run Up, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the popular vote and the 8 You're Awesomes. I appreciate you, buddy. Hey, Run Up, we got to get you scheduled to come on the show. Let me see. I'm booked out on guests till August 22nd, but send me a DM, Run Up, and I want to get you on the show, man. So yeah, as far as the charity goes, last month we raised $75 for the Save a Warrior Foundation, and the month before that we raised $75. So 2 months in a row we raised $75 to give to the Save a Warrior Foundation, and then you're also donating to this show, because this show runs off of your donations. I don't make any money off of TikTok. I average maybe $5 a live. Sometimes I do like $20 in a live. This live, we've got a ridiculous amount of gifts, and we've made $34. Okay. But I'm all about helping people, helping the community. And so we want to, when you guys give on TikTok takes 60% of the money, right? When you guys give directly to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, I get 100% of that money, and I give 50% of it away to a charity instead of giving it to TikTok. So that's why we do it that way. It's to encourage getting the money out of TikTok's hands and putting it in a charity or foundation that's actually going to do something to make the world a better place. Thank you, Run Up. Appreciate you. D-Mac, thank you for the 2 goats. D-Mac, thank you for the 2 You're Awesomes. I think we pumped, though. All right, I'm going to call it a night unless somebody wants me to do a TA on their project. Oh, thank you, Mother of Dragons. I appreciate that. So if you want me to do TA for you, no problem. Just send the whale, and I will do it for you. I'll actually do 2 for you for a whale. Otherwise, send me a galaxy. I'll do 1. Purple Pepe, what's going on, buddy? Did you make some money today? I'm having a great time with you guys. I love when the markets are pumping. Let's look at SXT one more time. SXT's not really doing it yet. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to send that whale. Finally, XRP broke out, laughing my ass off. That's like a miracle. Yeah, I love it when everyone's winning. The unfortunate thing is not everyone can win. This is a pyramid scheme. Bitcoin wants to do it. Let's look at the 1 hour. Oh, it wants it. It wants it. Find me and I will help you and surprise you. Help me and surprise me with what, Julia? Send me a whale and I'll surprise you. Bitcoin to 120K soon. I think you're right. It could go higher. I need to figure out why I can't see the value of my SEI when I moved it to my Ledger wallet. That sounds exactly like what those scam people said, but I know that you're not a scam, DMAC. DMAC, become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me directly, and I can coach you through that. I definitely say, or I say we definitely see BTC to 120 by next week or sooner. I think you're right. I think we're going to pump over the next couple weeks. Obviously, there's going to be pullback, but we should be moving up over the next couple weeks. Coins are there, but not the money. DMAC, best I can say is deluxe subscribe, and I'll help you out, man. Because that's one of the things that I do with coaching is help people with their wallets and stuff. So become a deluxe subscriber, man. I'll help you out. I'll stick around for just a couple minutes to allow you to do that. And then after you send that deluxe subscription, send me a DM and we can address that. All right, any other projects? Send a whale and I'll do 2 projects, or send it. You know, I'm gonna put the Galaxy up, okay? Let me put the Galaxy up. We'll do Galaxy. I know y'all are making money. Don't act like you're that broke that you don't got enough for a Galaxy. Come on now. Jesse's not here today, so I can actually stay late and work as late as I want. Because I don't have to pay overtime. What goes up must come down. We shall wait for crypto to crash. Yes, it will happen. But is it happening like crash? No, we get a healthy pullback. You know. DMAC, thank you for the 2 goats. So if you have another project you want TA on, send the Galaxy. I'll give it just 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I will stay late. You talking about a sub on TikTok? Yes. Deluxe subscription on TikTok. And I can help you out with that. So I only answer direct messages to deluxe subscribers. Justin Kelly says, but we have been going down since May, so trends up say we're going up. I agree. Everything looks like a double bottom. Even XRP looks like a double bottom. It's a little wonky, but that's a double bottom. So XRP to 280. 280, maybe $3. 296. I'm leaning towards 280 or like 290. I think 290. DMAC, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. Send me a DM and I'll and tell me in detail what's going on, and we'll go from there, man. And if I don't get back to you tonight, that's because I passed out after the live. But I will get back to you by tomorrow for sure, okay? But I will try to address the issue tonight. But if I don't, bear with me. It's because after the show, I have to work with the IT guy with uploading everything and getting things going. And don't forget, if you're watching on Twitch, sign up for HelloFresh, use my promo code, and get 10 free meals and an add-on for 1 year. And you can get those meals delivered directly to your front door. And it saves you time, saves you money, saves you energy, makes you healthy. So sign up for HelloFresh today and click my link. DMAX says I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, I kind of want to do the same thing and just keep an eye on this. But at the same time, I do have the IT guy here, so like I have to, like, within reason, because I do have to pay him overtime for being here. So that's why I'm like, okay, like I have to pay overtime to 9:30 anyway, so like I want to like try to see if I can get some gifts to cover. I'm already overtime anyway, so I want to see if we can make a little bit more money. Great. If not, no big deal. I just want to, I understand, like, the markets are moving. You guys need this information. I didn't even cover all the news, right? I was going to talk about all kinds of other things, but we had guests come on. Things are booming when the markets are booming. Look at viewership. We have 82 people watching, no promotion. This is great. When the markets are up, viewership's up. I love it. So it is what it is. We're likely seeing strong indication of sustainable trend reversal. I agree. Yes. I think we could be finally turning around and moving upward. Purple Pepe says, we need you. Without Oz, the 2008 recession will happen. You guys are funny. D-Mac, thank you for the confetti. Appreciate you. All right, I think I'm going to end it unless we can get a galaxy. Anybody want to send me a galaxy? Even if you don't want me to TA for you, if you just want to chat and hang out, I will stay. But you got to send a galaxy. Otherwise, I'm going to end the live. I will give you guys 1 minute. Is 9:19. So at 9:20, I will pull the plug and we'll call it a night. Kodak, thank you for the you're awesome. And also, if you don't want to give a galaxy, other gifts are great too, if you just want to support. And remember, you can always send a donation to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. And if you need that information, where the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal is, send me a DM and I will get you that information. 50% of all donations this month will go to help stop essaying trafficking of children. Okay? So you're not only helping support this cause of this show, but you're also helping support children that are being trafficked. All right, that's 9:20. I'll see y'all later, guys. Unless we get that galaxy, I will see you later. I'm gonna pin it here real quick. 30 seconds to get a galaxy, and then we'll call it a day. How do you guys like having Josh on? Josh is pretty cool. Great kid. Have a great night. Thank you all. See you, Mother of Dragons. BMAC, I'll message you shortly. Appreciate all you guys' overwhelming love and support. Perfect, DMAC. Glad to have you aboard. And don't forget, DMAC, you can also, with that subscription, message me for coaching, TA on any projects. Just give me a message, let me know. Obviously, I have a life and I have the show and I have things, so it's within reason. Give me a chance to do things. But yeah, I will do that for you. The weekends I take off. Okay, so I don't do it on the weekends, but I understand this is a 24-hour market, so I will still do it on the weekends for donation, but 50% of those donations go to help children. Kodak says, thank you, got a roll, getting on a bird. Hey, fly safe, buddy. Purple Pepe, thank you for the rose, appreciate it. Fly safe, buddy. Isn't this interesting? The moon cycle is actually an indicator on the charts. Told you it was a real thing. Full moon, and we're pumping. Go outside right now, ladies and gentlemen. If it's nighttime, go outside and look at the moon. It is the full moon, the buck moon. We got 0.1 million likes today. That's awesome. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you all for the gifts, for the subscriptions, for the support. I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm signing off. I stayed a little later. I was hoping for a galaxy, but I guess not. No worries. All right, take care. It's a cool moon tonight. I live in an area that is considerably darker skies. So do I. So do I. I live in the middle of freaking nowhere. All right. I'll see y'all later.